Of the day, ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, comments, consideration at report stage of Bill C-16, an act to amend the Canadian Human Rights Act and the Criminal Code.
There being no motions at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage. Mr. McCallum for Ms. Wilson-Raybould, seconded by Mr. Sohi, moves that Bill C-16, an act to amend the Canadian Human Rights Act and the Criminal Code, be concurred in at report stage.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Yes. Agreed? Agreed? On division, did I hear that? Okay. That's adopted on division. And when shall the bill be read a third time? Now? Now. Mr. McCallum for Ms. Wilson-Raybould, seconded by Mr. Sohi, moves that Bill C-16, an act to amend the Canadian Human Rights Act and the Criminal Code, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request consent to split my time with the member from St. Catharines. Mr. Speaker, thank you for this opportunity to speak about Bill C-16. I would like to use some of my time to respond.
Being the first round of interventions on the third reading of the bill, normally unanimous consent is required to split time on this first round by each of the recognized parties. Does the Parliamentary Secretary have the unanimous consent of the House to split his time in this round? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my colleagues for that. I'd like to use some of my time to respond to a persistent criticism of this bill that it's redundant, unnecessary, and merely symbolic. Members raised this issue during second reading debate. They have argued that this bill is not necessary because our federal discrimination law already provides trans people with enough protection. I acknowledge the perspectives of my fellow parliamentarians, but I believe these concerns can be answered and that this bill is indeed necessary. It was pointed out that under the current Canadian Human Rights Act, commonly called the CHRA, trans people may bring discrimination complaints using the ground of sex. It's true that the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal has interpreted the existing ground of sex to cover some complaints brought by trans individuals alleging discrimination. But a person must be quite familiar with the case law and the workings of the CHRA system in order to know that this protection is even available. Canadians should be able to turn to our laws and see their rights and obligations spelled out clearly. We cannot expect trans people who feel they have been discriminated against to become experts in statutory interpretation just to advocate for their basic rights. The CHRA system was originally designed to be a user-friendly, inexpensive, and accessible system. We can further improve access to justice for Canadians by ensuring that rights and obligations are spelled out clearly in the CHRA. What's more, employers and service providers must also be aware of their obligations under the law. They, too, should be able to look at the CHRA and understand what is required of them. They should be able to understand what kinds of workplace accommodations they must provide to their employees. This area of the law is just emerging. Bill C-16 serves an important function of clarifying and codifying it. These are practical results, not mere symbolism. When similar amendments were made in provincial human rights codes, human rights agencies received inquiries from the public, creating new opportunities to inform people about their rights and obligations. The Ontario Human Rights Legal Support Centre reported an increase in inquiries about gender identity and expression, and there are similar reports from other provinces. After gender identity and expression were added to the Ontario Human Rights Code, the Ontario Human Rights Commission reported a growing awareness that discriminating on these grounds is against the law. Commissions have confirmed that explicitly listing these grounds supports their mandates to inform the public of their rights and obligations. We've also seen legal education respond to amendments such as these. Bulletins, newsletters, and textbooks are sent out and updated to account for statutory amendments. Training sessions and conferences are held to inform legal professionals and others of the new provisions. That's been the experience elsewhere. We should expect the same when this bill is enacted. These are some of the tangible effects we hope to achieve with this bill. They are results, and parliamentarians have the ability and the responsibility to set them in motion. I now turn to another reason for this bill. It would amend the criminal code to respond to a risk of violence and harm faced by trans individuals on an all too frequent basis. For a better sense of these risks, I would refer the House to the Trans Pulse Project, a research study of social determinants of health among trans people in the province of Ontario. Data for the Trans Pulse came from focus groups conducted in 3 Ontario cities in 2006 with 85 trans community members and 4 family members, and from a survey in 2009 to 2010 of 433 trans Ontarians aged 16 and over. According to this research, trans individuals are the targets of specifically directed violence. 20% had been physically or sexually assaulted for being trans, and another 34% had been verbally threatened or harassed, but not assaulted. Many do not report these assaults to the police. Let me now turn to the proposed criminal code amendments that are intended to address these risks and harms. First, let's consider the aggravated sentencing provision that enables judges to properly recognize and denounce crimes motivated by bias, prejudice, or hate. This is found in Section 718.2 of the Code. One of the important purposes of the aggravated sentencing provision is the condemnation of hate crimes. It's about recognizing that some people may be more vulnerable to crime simply because they are identifiable as a member of a particular group. That can be because of race, religion, color, or ethnic origin. To name just a few of the listed grounds, Bill C-16 would add explicit protection for members of the trans community. So we can see again that Bill C-16 is more than just a symbolic gesture. Adding the ground of gender identity or expression to the criminal code explicitly condemns this type of hate crime. It also clearly signals to police and prosecutors that they must be aware of the particular vulnerability of trans individuals. Bill C-16 would also add gender identity or expression to the hate propaganda offences in the criminal code. This is by no means redundant. This amendment would fill a gap in the law. In the criminal context, clarity and certainty is of great importance. Criminal offences are interpreted narrowly. The hate propaganda offences currently protect groups identifiable on the ground of sex and other grounds, but there is no mention of gender identity or expression. We cannot assume that these offences would be interpreted to cover gender identity or expression without the amendment of Bill C-16. Finally, some members have expressed the view that the terms gender identity and gender expression are too vague and open-ended. It has been suggested that the addition of these grounds will lead to a flood of litigation. I do not think this concern is warranted. Most provinces and territories now have explicit protection for trans and gender diverse people in their anti-discrimination statutes. Ontario, Quebec, Alberta, British Columbia, Nova Scotia, Newfoundland and Labrador, and Prince Edward Island all have gender identity and gender expression as prohibited grounds in their human rights codes. The codes in Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and the Northwest Territories have the ground of gender identity. In fact, the Northwest Territories has had the ground of gender identity in its act for more than a decade, and there has not been a flood of litigation in these provinces and territories. I've also heard the suggestion that a definition should be added. Most of the prohibited grounds of discrimination in the CHRA do not have a definition. Commissions, tribunals, and courts elaborate the meaning of the grounds in a reasonable way. They clarify through the application of real-life examples allowing the law to respond in line with its purpose. This does not mean that grounds are indeterminate. It does mean that people can claim protection on it. It does not mean that people can claim protection on a whim or for frivolous reasons. There are real limits to what any ground can mean, informed by the important purpose of the legislation and the social context in which it is being enacted. It's time for Parliament to ensure that our laws provide clear and explicit protection where it is now much needed. I urge you to vote in favour of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very good.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for a great speech. I was very supportive of Bill C-16 to go to committee because I wanted to hear some of the answers to difficult questions that were asked during the debate. And I'm very disappointed, in fact, more than disappointed, that witnesses were not allowed at committee and that this has been rammed back to the House. And so if the member could answer the difficult question, which was, there are many people in this country who don't believe that a transgendered lifestyle is God's plan or don't believe that it's medically beneficial. And so if we pass this legislation, will that then affect their ability to tell their children that, speak those ideas in a public place? Could you answer that question, please?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Sarnia-Lambton for that question and also to congratulate her on her recent honour in the Parliamentarian of the Year awards. There were a couple of questions there. One was with respect to the decision of the committee to not take witnesses, and the other was the restriction on a potential restriction or alleged restriction on private speech. So with respect to the first one, witnesses at committee, Mr. Speaker, this bill, C-16, is a piece of government legislation that's been brought in this Parliament, but it is certainly not the first time that issues of protection from discrimination for our trans community has been debated in this place. This bill actually went through the House of Commons in the last Parliament. It has been the subject of extensive debate, numerous witnesses at various times. The committees, as the honourable member would know, are masters of their own destiny. There was a vote taken at committee in terms of witnesses, and that was indeed the decision of the committee. With respect to restrictions on free speech, she need not be concerned about that. There is an amendment to the criminal code unless the discussions venture into the hate propaganda portions of the criminal code. Private inter-family discussions will not in any way be affected. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And just on the last question of the member from Sarnia, I know she's quite sincere about her question, but we have had on the Hill in the last 4 years full sets of hearings, one here in the House and two in the Senate. The transcripts of those hearings and the more than 35 witnesses are available to all members. And I guess, if I were asking a question to her, which I'm not, I would be asking, how is this any different than protections for gender? Does that mean families can't talk about gender? Does this mean that families can't talk about race? This is no different than any of the other protections that are currently in the Human Rights Code. But my question to the member is that, given that it's been a long road to get here to what is now going to be the third time I trust this bill will be passed by the Parliament, what arrangements have been made or what talks have been held by the government with the other House about expeditious passage of this bill? Since the Senate has become a bit of a black box for the rest of us, I want to know whether you've been able to make any progress in talks with them.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Esquimalt, Saanich Sooke, for really being the driving force behind the protection of the trans community from discrimination. He was indeed the person that drove this issue in the last Parliament and deserves full credit for the fact that we're at this stage now. I also want to thank him for providing a better answer to the questions from the member from Sarnia-Lambton than I did. With respect to the plan going forward, I cannot share with the member at this stage specifically what conversations and arrangements have been had. Because of the New World Order in the other place, there will indeed be discussions to ensure passage, but those discussions have started and will be continuing, and I believe that's going to become standard operating procedure in the current configuration of the Senate.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today and speak on Bill C-16, which in my view is another key piece of equality protection legislation tabled by the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada. This bill, along with other legislation currently before the House, will finally bring balance and protection to the LGBTQ community. I've heard many members say they support this bill and are anxious to see it pass. I share their desire to see the protections that Bill C-16 would add to the Canadian Human Rights Act and the Canadian Criminal Code. A number of questions and concerns. I appreciate the spirit of seriousness and sincerity in which members have expressed their views and those of their constituents. Many of these concerns can be allayed if we have a clear picture of the bill's purpose and scope. It's important to focus our attention on the real subject matter of this bill. The Canadian Human Rights Act applies to the federal sector, namely to the federal government in its role as an employer and service provider, and to the federally regulated private sector, including crowd corporations, telecommunications company, the postal service, chartered banks, and similar industries. The proposed amendments seek to promote equal opportunity of trans and gender-diverse people in employment and access to goods and services. So if the grounds of gender identity and expression were added, this would mean that a trans person working for the federal government or one of those federally regulated employers that I mentioned could not be passed over for a job or promotion simply because they are trans. If a trans person applies for a passport, they would receive the same level of respectful service as any other Canadian would expect. It would be clearly unacceptable to harass a trans person because of their gender identity, turning their workplace into a hostile or poisoned environment for reasons that have nothing to do with their skills or ability to do their job. These are not special rights. We should all be able to find employment without irrelevant characteristics hindering us. All of us should be recognized for our contributions to our workplace and be able to work in a harassment-free environment. All of us should be able to access the same level of federal service, to receive those services in a respectful manner. Those are the kinds of provisions that we are adding to the CHRA. These are the types of essential protections that the trans community has been asking for. And we know from statistics, and we heard from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary that were cited and during second reading, that these protections are sorely needed, given the difficulties that trans people face in finding employment and accessing services. It is clear that too many trans people are being deprived of that opportunity to contribute and flourish in our society. This bill is an important step forward for greater societal acceptance and inclusion. And this is not just important to trans people, but for each and every Canadian. The same human rights afforded to you or I, Mr. Speaker, should be enjoyed by all. When we exclude or marginalize or discriminate against one facet of society, we are doing damage to all of our society. We as a nation succeed when we speak and are recognized with one voice. That is why this legislation is essential. Discrimination is a matter of concern for all of us. Some members have also expressed their view the bill will limit freedom of religion and weakens protection for freedom of religion. However, it's important to remember that the CHRA already includes religion as a prohibitive ground of discrimination. Federally regulated employers and services cannot discriminate against individuals based on religious beliefs. Employers can, however, require their managers' employees to treat each other with respect and dignity, so to foster a workplace of harassment-free workplace on any grounds listed in the Act. The equality provisions of the Canadian Charter of Human Rights and Freedoms also prohibit discrimination by governments. And Section 2A of the Charter constitutionally enshrines the fundamental freedom of conscience and religion. Its purpose is to prevent government interference with profoundly held personal beliefs. This bill, which is focused on preventing discrimination in employment and the provision of services by federally regulated entities, respects freedom of religion as a guarantee in the Charter and in no way seeks to interfere with an individual's religious belief or practice. Other members have expressed concern with the potential impacts of the bill on their freedom of speech and freedom to openly discuss and debate policy issues. Still others are concerned about limiting their ability to teach their children about religious beliefs. As explained in the Statement of Potential Charter Impacts that the Minister tabled during the second reading of debate, the amendments to the hate propaganda provisions respect freedom of thought, belief, opinion, and expressions in a free, democratic society. The criminal provisions against hate propaganda impose a very narrow limit on expression. Hate propaganda targets extreme and dangerous speech that advocates genocide against, willfully promotes hatred against, or incites hatred in a public place, likely to cause a breach of peace against vulnerable people. The most commonly prosecuted of these three offences is that willfully promoting hate against an identifiable group. Critically important is the term willfully, has been defined by the Supreme Court of Canada to mean intentionally, not recklessly. The Supreme Court also interpreted the word hatred to mean only the intense form of dislike. It is not enough that the expression is distasteful. In addition, the offence of willfully promoting hatred does not apply to private conversations. There are also statutory defences, such as the defence of truth, the defence of good faith expression of a religious opinion. Finally, the consent of the appropriate provincial Attorney General is required before any prosecution of this crime can begin. With this in mind, Mr. Speaker, let us remember that trans people are particularly vulnerable to harassment and violence, and the need for society's protection against expression that seeks to dehumanize them and thereby creates conditions for their victimization. I hope that I have addressed and laid a number of these concerns, and I would like to close by returning to the reasons why I think this bill is important and why I think all members should be voting for it. Diversity and inclusion are values that are important to all of us as Canadians. Canadians expect their laws to reflect these values. Yet many trans people are not yet able to fully participate in society. This bill is an important step forward to their greater societal acceptance and inclusion. By adding the grounds of gender identity or expression to the CHRA, we will protect that freedom to live openly in one's deeply felt gender. And this will include freedom to present oneself as a person of that gender. Transgender and other gender-diverse persons are amongst the most vulnerable members of society. The amendments to the Criminal Code send a clear message that hate propaganda and hate crimes against trans people are unacceptable. It's time for Parliament to ensure that our laws provide clear and explicit protection where it is now much needed. As many will recall, the previous Parliament examined a similar bill but was not able to enact it before dissolution. In fact, this House has been considering versions of this bill for many years. It's time now for Parliament to act. Now is the time to ensure that our laws provide clear and explicit protection where it is needed the most. I'm proud of this legislation, Mr. Speaker, that would ensure all Canadians be free to be themselves without fear of discrimination, hate propaganda, and hate crime. Because as Canadians, we should all feel safe to be ourselves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from St. Catharines for an excellent speech, which did a great job in allaying a lot of the questions that I was bringing to this House. As the Chair of Status of Women, we have seen that implementing legislation to prevent violence against women has not totally been successful in eradicating the issue, and I feel the same will be true, although this is a step in a good direction. And so I wonder if the member could comment on other initiatives that his government will take to try to make sure that, in addition to no discrimination, that we can really do something concrete to prevent the violence against transgender people.
The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton for her question. She's right. Legislation is only one step forward. There's a lot of work to be done. Societal change doesn't happen with a vote in Parliament, there is more work to be done. I'm very proud of the fact that the Prime Minister has appointed a special advisor from this Parliament, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage, to be his advisor, special advisor on LGBTQ initiatives. And this is a government that will move forward not only discrimination against the LGBTQ community, but gender-based violence, which I know the Honourable Minister for the Status of Women has been fighting hard against, and I look forward to seeing her report in the near future, and look forward to hearing from the Prime Minister's special advisor with his recommendations in the near future as well. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiiwetinoong Aski.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. And obviously, like many today, I feel like we are making history as parliamentarians, and I acknowledge the very important work of my colleague, the MP for Esquimalt Saanich Sooke, in driving this agenda, as did other New Democrats before him. And while, of course, you know, we're certainly moving forward in terms of legislation, much needed, you know, legislation, the question of implementation, as has come up already, is a critical one. And this is particularly necessary in marginalized communities, in rural and remote communities, and Indigenous communities like the ones I represent. And unfortunately, we know most recently the government has cut funding to HIV and AIDS programming, and is certainly not there to support critical programming in marginalized communities. And so my question to the member across is, while today is so important, will his government continue by implementing and, more importantly, putting forward resources so that trans people across this country, not just in urban centres, but in urban centres and beyond, have the supports necessary to make this law a reality?
Well, Member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for her question. I saw this firsthand. I was chair of a community health centre as a volunteer position before being elected to this place. And one of the decisions of our community health centre was to make our health centre, Quest Community Health Centre, a centre of excellence for the LGBTQ community and for trans persons. So I appreciate the difficulty, and there is still a great deal more work to be done, and I look forward to working especially with the Prime Minister's Special Advisor on LGBTQ2 issues, and look forward to seeing recommendations going forward.
Time for one more short question and response. Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Well, thank you very much, and I appreciate the speech by the colleague across the way, and thank him for his work on this file. I specifically talked in generalities about the different initiatives that will be undertaken, and I'm wondering if you could elaborate more specifically on what that would look like going forward.
Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We are in the initial stages. The Prime Minister has committed to being proactive on all forms of discrimination, including discrimination against the trans community. This is the first part. This is the first stage of what our government's doing. We have seen also, as I've mentioned in the last couple of questions, the appointment of the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage as a special advisor to the Prime Minister on LGBTQ initiatives. And I look forward to seeing recommendations so that there can be concrete steps moving forward and we can advance acceptance and fight discrimination going forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, but I see the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader on his feet. On a point of order, perhaps?
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, and if I may, I'm rising to provide further comment on the question of privilege raised by the member for Essex concerning the government's treaty tabling policy. As I had previously stated, the matter raised refers to the government policy and does not concern parliamentary procedure. The treaty tabling policy the member has referenced relates to the governmental and departmental activities. As such, I submit that the issue does not fall under the purview of the House and is beyond the jurisdiction of the Speaker. Furthermore, rulings made by the House consistently supports this notion. Speaker Bosley, in his May 15, 1985 ruling said, I think it has been recognized many times in the House that a complaint about the actions or inactions of a government departments cannot constitute a question of parliamentary privilege. In this ruling on February 7, 2013, your predecessor stated, It is beyond the purview of the chair to intervene in the departmental matters or to get involved in government processes, no matter how frustrating they may appear to be to that member. He further echoed this in his ruling of May 2, 2014, in response to a point of order regarding the very matter that is before us today. In that ruling, the Speaker referred to the treaty tabling policy and said, "It is clear to me that the policy in question belongs to the government and not to the House. It is equally clear that it is not within the Speaker's authority to adjudicate on government policies or processes, and this includes determining whether the government is in compliance with its own policies." The member from Essex contends that her ability to properly discharge her parliamentary functions was impeded by the tabling timeline for CETA. That's CETA. The member opposite should know that with the exception of enacting legislation to implement the terms of the treaty, Parliament has no formal role in treaty processes. The tabling of the treaty helps members to prepare for debate on the enabling legislation. Therefore, I submit that the tabling of the treaty before the bill was introduced in no way affects the ability of the member to fully discharge her duties in scrutinizing the bill. I would note that the bill was introduced on October 31st and has yet to be called for debate at second reading. Moreover, a technical briefing was provided to the member on November 2, and the text of the treaty itself was made publicly available online since February of this year. Furthermore, the committee of which the member from Essex is a member was briefed about CETA last March. Mr. Speaker, the government's policy on tabling of treaties provides that enabling legislation wait 21 days following the tabling of a treaty. Section 6.3 of the tabling of treaties policy provides for exceptions. An exception for the CETA was granted. Indeed, we have seen exemptions granted by the government in the past. Under the previous government in the last Parliament, 5 exemptions were made for the amendments to the International Convention Against Doping in Sport. I would like to draw attention of the members of the House that in the previous Parliament, the NDP voted in favour of a free trade agreement between Canada and the Republic of Korea in 2014, which was also subject to an exemption. The Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement was signed on September 22, 2014, and the enabling legislation was introduced in the House the next day. I submit that the matter raised by the member from Essex does not constitute a legitimate question of privilege. On the contrary, the tabling of the treaty in advance of the introduction of C30 will only serve to assist the member in fully scrutinizing the bill and exercising her parliamentary duties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his intervention on this question, and we'll get back to the House, I'm sure, in the days following. We're going to resuming debate. Reprise de débat, and the Honourable Member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what often unifies our weakest moments, the moments when we inflict damage upon others, the moments that linger in our minds as regret long after they happened, the moments that we later need to ask forgiveness for or make recompense for, is a failure to seek to grant compassion to others. Few of us seek to be uncompassionate, yet, in our fragility, we often are. This is because compassion is a difficult thing. Compassion requires work. Compassion requires self-reflection. Compassion requires selflessness. Compassion requires humility. Compassion requires departure from dogmas that often define who we are. Compassion requires courage. Compassion requires empathy across cultural bounds, across religious views, across political ideology, and across the sins of others. This is why most religious texts and teaching often weave consistent compassion as a thread through their teachings. And this is because it is in compassion that in our worst moments, it's compassion that saves us. Our charge as legislators is to seek and then to define a just and well-considered, but ultimately compassionate course of action when a charge of inequality is leveled. So on to our first charge, that of understanding. Bill C-16 seeks to amend the Canadian Human Rights Act by adding gender identity and gender expression to the list of prohibited grounds of discrimination. It also seeks to amend the Criminal Code to extend the protection against hate propaganda set out in that act to any section of the public that is distinguished by gender identity or expression, and to clearly set out that evidence that an offence that was motivated by bias, prejudice, or hate on gender identity or expression constitutes an aggravating circumstance that a court must take into consideration when it imposes a sentence. In short, this bill seeks to provide remedy for the inequality and discrimination that the trans community faces in Canada. This bill in various forms has been debated in this House for years now. That said, it's only really been in the last few years that the issue of equality for transgendered Canadians has become ingrained in the awareness of the Canadian public writ large. I remember the first time someone explained what gender identity and a gender expression meant to me. I remember it clearly. It was right after I was elected in 2011. And I remember being shocked at myself for not understanding this, given the level of severity that it means for me as a legislator not to get that. So I think it's probably worth having that discussion here today to remind people. The term sex refers to biological differences, chromosomes, hormonal profiles, internal and external sex organs. I'm quoting from a paper from an Australian university. The term gender describes the characteristics that a society or culture delineates as masculine or feminine. So while your sex as male or female is a biological definition that is the same in any culture, what that sex means in terms of your gender role in society can be quite different cross-culturally. These gender roles have an impact on the health of an individual. In sociological terms, gender role refers to the characteristics and behaviors that different cultures attribute to the sexes. It's very important for us to understand this because our understanding of gender roles and our notion of gender is in fact fluid. I look at myself today. I'm standing in the House of Commons. I'm a cisgendered woman. Only a few decades ago, as I stand here in pants, advocating for my community, as a divorced woman, as a woman without children, I think about how I would have been perceived and what my role as a in gender would have been decades ago. I wouldn't have had the right to stand here. Our rights are so precious and they're so fragile. And for us as legislators, if we cannot acknowledge when inequality exists and if we cannot rectify that, then we are doing something wrong. My rights as a woman, my equality, were won by those who came before me, who challenged the norms assigned to my gender by society, and who still challenge those norms today, and ensure that those challenges are remedied by reflection in law. The right to vote, discrimination based on gender, sexual harassment, equal pay for equal work. And there's so much more work to be done. Yet I am so far ahead of where members in the trans community in Canada are. The reality is that many people who do not conform to the gender roles associated with the sex that they were assigned with in birth, they don't do that. This is not a defect, this is not an illness, this is an expression of our uniqueness and of our humanity, against what others in our society may pressure us to conform to be. And nobody in Canada and nobody in the world should face discrimination for living their personal truth. As legislators, we need to understand and acknowledge that great discrimination does in fact occur because of this. When I last spoke to this bill in 2013, I noted that the trans community in Canada has, on frequent occasions, experienced elevated levels of sexual violence committed against members of their community, frequent workplace discrimination and job loss based on gender, lack of clarity on healthcare provisions and sometimes access to healthcare, lack of clarity on processes related to obtaining identification documents, bullying in places of employment and educational institutions, discrimination in accessing housing accommodation, and numerous other incidents of discrimination. And most importantly, They live every day with the consequences of these acts of non-compassion, of false assumptions that simply by virtue of their state, that they are sexually promiscuous, or more ludicrously, that they are criminal. In this, the trans community experiences very high rates of levels of both depression and suicide. And since I made this argument in 2013, very frankly and very simply put, little progress has been made on righting many of these injustices. So all we can do is ask for forgiveness and then act. This weekend will mark the Transgender Day of Remembrance, so it's fitting to recount the following. Suicide rates among the transgender community are incredibly high. As published by Yale Canada, in 2010, 47% of trans youth in Ontario had thought about suicide and 19% had attempted suicide in the preceding year. The Trans Murder Monitoring Report, a worldwide initiative to uncover the atrocities committed against transgendered people worldwide, found that from January 2008 to April 2016, over 2,000 members of the trans community were tragically murdered, and those are only ones that were reported, Mr. Speaker. The most frequent way that these innocent lives were taken was by shootings, stabbings, beatings, strangulations, and stonings. This report also shows that 576 of these transgendered people were killed and brutally murdered in the streets. These lives were lost because of intolerance, of bigotry, and of hate. And this isn't something that just happens overseas or happens somewhere else or something that we can turn a blind eye to in Canada. There are so many instances of this here in Canada. January Marie Lapuz of New Westminster, BC, is just one of the examples of transgendered violence that we've known to come to know here in Canada. January was a 26-year-old who considered an involved local activist by people who people in her community called a bright light and a shining star. She was murdered in 2012. Stories like this are all too common for those in the transgendered community. A recent study in 2014 found that in Ontario alone, 96% of the community had heard that trans people were not normal. Shockingly, the study also found that 76% of trans Ontarians worried that they would die young. They also found that members of the trans community have actively avoided public space out of fear. The project also found that 2/3 of trans Ontarians have avoided public spaces as they feared harassment, being perceived as trans, or being outed as trans. It is an irrefutable fact, one that we cannot ignore, one that we should not even be debating in this place, that the trans community faces challenges and barriers that most of us do not. In 2013, after review of this bill, I concluded that this bill would only amount to symbolic action for the trans community. I was wrong. In the last 3 years, I have watched this community face bigotry, more discrimination, and becoming a flashpoint for fights that we should no longer be having in Canada. It is for that reason that I believe that it's time that Parliament passes this bill. It's clear to me, after watching provincial governments, employers, court cases, and the trans community itself struggle to rectify these injustices, that action cannot be taken to right these injustices without this bill passing. But before it does, I want to talk about bathrooms. It's an unfortunate fact that in Canada, rape occurs. Men go into women's bathrooms and rape them. That is a fact. That's why there's panic buttons in many bathrooms in university campuses across Canada. That's why we have laws to harshly and strongly punish the perpetrators of sexual violence. That's why we educate people on the street on the effects of violence to try and deter them from doing so. That's why we have police. But here's a horrifying statistic for you. Jody Herman of UCLA's Williams Institute found in her study conducted between 2008 and 2009 that members of the transgender community tend to be incredibly at risk in public restrooms. In her study, about 70% of the sample of transgendered people reported experiencing being denied access to restrooms, being harassed while using restrooms, and experiencing forms of physical assault. Additionally, This study showed that nearly 10% of the respondents reported to being physically assaulted in public restrooms. So while some like to blame and insinuate that transgender people are the predators in washrooms, research indicates that they instead are vulnerable in these public spaces, Mr. Speaker. Making a value judgment that because you are trans, you are likely to prey upon people in bathroom is wrong. The argument that this bill will impede religious freedom is also wrong, Mr. Speaker. Religious freedom cannot be discriminated on in Canada. We already have laws to that effect. And moreover, Mr. Speaker, I believe that when we talk about compassion and we talk about righting injustices, that's the reason why most of us have faith to begin with, Mr. Speaker. It's the act of charity and compassion that comes through religious belief and the belief in a higher good that sets us apart. And the ability for us as Canadians to worship in that regard, to express that freedom and live that truth should also be reflected in our laws. I've also heard an argument against this bill that it will prevent parents from educating their children. The irony is that right now it's parents who educate our children on gender norms as it is. It's often our parents who reinforce what it is to be our role and what our role in society is to be based on our gender. I don't see that changing, but I think this bill will open up the fact that we can be compassionate and we can look at how people can best contribute to our society by living out who they want to be. And I can't imagine a more beautiful expression of Canadian pluralism than that. A place where Canada becoming a place where we embrace uniqueness and diversity and also respect the rights of people to express their faith. I also believe very firmly that this bill fits squarely in line with the principles of my political party. In our guiding principles, it says that the Conservative Party of Canada is founded on and will be guided by, in its policy formation, the following principles: a belief in the balance between fiscal accountability, progressive social policy, and individual rights and responsibilities. The goal of building a national coalition of people who share these beliefs. The goal of developing this coalition, embracing our differences and respecting our traditions, yet accepting a concept of Canada that is greater than the sum of our strong parts. A belief in the value and dignity of all human life. And a belief in the equality of all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, this is why I am part of the Conservative Party of Canada. And this is why I firmly believe in the capacity of our party to show Canadians that we are compassionate and that we do believe in equality and we support it through legislation. The white elephant in the room is that this bill will challenge deeply entrenched norms on how we need to behave. We shouldn't fear that. We should embrace the fact that Canada is such a free and true nation that we value equality over dogma. In closing, I want to thank the member from Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke for taking time to educate me and many other people in here in a very quiet and patient way. But I mostly want to, I also want to commend my colleagues who may have different views on this bill, but seek to be compassionate and reflect their views in respectful debate. But I especially want to thank the trans activists who, while living through this discrimination, living through the upheaval of transition, living through the upheaval of guilt or confusion over knowing that your truth is something different than what society pressures you to be, that while you live through that, you've had to sit through years of committee meetings while your sexual behaviors have been questioned, for standing up against intolerance, and in doing so, sustaining Canada's pluralism. They deserve a thank you, Mr. Speaker. And they also deserve our forgiveness for when we they also deserve an apology for when we failed them in the past. It's always a rare day when a Conservative member quotes a former NDP member, but I'm going to do it today. My former colleague, Megan Leslie, I followed her speech in 2013. I had the grave misfortune of following a Megan Leslie speech. She gave a speech on this in 2013, and she closed by saying this: I was at a community event and a young person came up to me. I don't really remember it. I don't remember if this person was a young man or a young woman, blonde or brunette, but this person came up to me, took my hand and opened it, and put something in my hand and closed it up, and then they left. I opened my hand, and in there was a tiny little note. It said, "Thanks for giving some care for trans people." I think that's why we're here. Megan was right. That's why we're here, but we're also here because I believe in the capacity of my colleagues across party lines to be compassionate, to be strong, to stand up for Canada, and to stand for what is good, what is just, and what is beautiful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague from across the way for a really wonderful and impassioned discussion about this bill and about why it is so important, and to go through her journey about this bill as well. My question for her, though, is that she has set out very clearly why it is so important that we have this legislation. What can she suggest as to ways that we can reach out to people who are less comfortable to try and bring them in and to build that comfort? Because she has been through that journey, and there's a lot to learn about the next steps even after this legislation goes through.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
In some ways, Mr. Speaker, I really don't feel like that's a question that I'm qualified to answer because I'm not a transgendered person. So in a lot of ways, I would look to the transgendered community, recognizing the fact that that's a burden to place on them, but to seek their advice on how best to communicate these issues and some of the challenges in process and in policy that impedes their equality. But I would also just simply suggest that we all seek to understand with an open heart, without judgment and without dogma, and that we seek to build relationships rather than seeking to discriminate.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich, Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I really do want to thank the member for Calgary Nose Hill for her very insightful, passionate speech. She and I have had a lot of dialogue on this issue since we were both first elected, and I've seen her come a long way in her understanding, and I think it's quite admirable to see her talk about that journey she's been on here before the rest of us in the House. For me, what's different this time, and this is the third time the House has been here at this point, is the fact that partisanship, I think, now has been swept away. And we are really talking about each member's individual understanding of this issue and their feelings on this issue. And we certainly have, as the member for Calgary Nose Hill pointed out, a very large contingent in the Conservative caucus who will now be supporting this bill along with the Liberals and the NDP. And I think that's a sign of progress. And I want to emphasize something the member for Calgary Nose Hill mentioned and draw attention to it again, and that is one of the ways we've made this progress is by trans people approaching their members of parliament, talking to them about their lived experience and asking for that representation. And I just want to ask the member for Calgary Nose Hill about her experience meeting transgender people and talking to them personally about their experiences.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been really blessed by the fact that I've had members of the trans community reach out to me and spend a lot of time with me in explaining in detail, simply humanizing the journey that they've gone through and where legislative gaps and policy fails them. Fantastic trans woman in Calgary came into my office after I was first elected in 2012. I'll be honest with you, I had no idea what I was talking about, but sitting there with an open mind and an open heart and somebody who was willing to look past a political stripe and seeking to educate was probably those are the most meaningful interactions you can have as a parliamentarian writ large. So I thank her for that. I thank the many members who have continued to reach out to me, who have been patient with my misunderstanding or understanding. But I also want to comment briefly on how it is okay for positions to change and to be fluid over time, and that doesn't necessarily mean that you're reneging on one's principles or that you're changing the culture or values of a political party. If you'll indulge me, in May of this year, our party in Vancouver had a very respectful and positive discussion about removing the definition of marriage out of our party's policy declaration. And rightly so, many members of the LGBT community in Canada were like, well, it's 10 years later, way to catch up, guys. But I think it's very powerful that when, in the context of a political party, you can change a viewpoint such that people who might vote on party lines or might look to a political party to set the tone for what is acceptable in Canada, that we can move that to be a place where now all of our major political parties in Canada support a simple principle. So I don't want to make this partisan, but more as an acknowledgement that over time views can change, happens on both sides of the aisle, and I think that that's very positive. And I want to thank activists writ large on any issue for persistence in doing so.
The honourable member will have about 4.5 minutes remaining in the time for questions and comments when the House next returns to debate on the question. I think we'll get started with statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government's goal of generating a sustainable economy while protecting the environment is also the goal of the most recent draft Nunavut Land Use Plan. This government's continued collaboration with the Nunavut Planning Commission on this draft will help fulfill the government's mandate to strengthen the relationship with Indigenous people and honor their obligations under the Nunavut Land Claims Agreement. Last April, the planning partners, including Canada, were informed and agreed upon an extended January 13th deadline to submit their final written input on this draft. However, Mr. Speaker, not all federal departments have made their submission a priority. Full engagement from these departments will ensure a complete and sufficient land use plan that works for all those involved. With the deadline fast approaching, I strongly encourage the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs to take the lead and ensure input from all federal departments is submitted before the January 13th deadline. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pontiac.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the 50th anniversary of Amiki, a Canadian charity that sends kids from low-income families to overnight summer camps. Established in 1966 by staff members at Kilku Camp, a magical place that nourished my growth from boy to man, Amiki has provided children with over 1,500 unforgettable summer experiences. Along with its 40 partner camps, Amiki shares a common belief in the life-changing power of summer camp. A belief that less privileged kids deserve a summer experience to help them develop their character, their tenacity, and their resilience in an iconic Canadian wilderness setting. Mr. Speaker, when I think of summer camp, I see the smiles of lifelong friends. I feel the triumph over conquered fears, and I recall learning who I am and who I aspire to be. Leadership and self-confidence are earned and developed over time, and Amiki commits to sending a child to camp for as long as they are old enough to attend. Many Amiki campers are then hired on as counselors. So thank you, Amiki, for 50 years of life-changing experience. Rip Ram, Razzle Scram.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I went to school last week, more than one school, in fact. I met with students at 7 schools in my riding: St. John Bosco School, Overlanders School, Homesteader School, Belvedere School, John D. Bracco School, Sifton School, and St. Elizabeth Seton School. Different schools, different grades, but the students had one thing in common. They wanted to know or to learn about Parliament and the role of an MP. They want to be engaged citizens of this country. They can't wait to be old enough to vote. I was impressed by their enthusiasm and their thirst for knowledge. I told them that when I came back to Ottawa, I would tell my colleagues in the House of Commons about my experiences. And the students of Edmonton Manning are the best in the country. Promise made, promise kept. Thank you.
The honourable member,
The honourable member for Laurentide-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to salute the work of all those who make this institution work, without whom we would not be able to sit as parliamentarians. These workers, often in the shadows, who pick up the garbage, clean up, move the furniture and get the rooms ready, deliver and manage our mail, the parliamentary the PPS and the Corporate Security Office protect us, the pages, the guides, the analysts, the clerks, the Hansard team, the translators and interpreters, the technicians, the maintenance teams, the financial and material management teams, the locksmiths, the drivers, the multimedia services, and the caterers and food services, and undoubtedly many members of teams that we don't even know about. And I tip my hat to all of those who help us do our job. We are only 338 MPs and 105 senators, but over 4,000 people work here, and without them, Parliament would simply grind to a halt. Mr. Speaker, thank you to you and your team.
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last Tuesday, over 1,700 young Canadian scientists sent an open letter to the Prime Minister expressing their concern that recent government decisions have not been based on science. To quote, hundreds of scholars have decried weak Canadian environmental assessments and regulatory reviews and cautioned about the risks involved in large-scale energy projects. Environmental and health tragedies such as the Calgary floods, Mount Polley Dam and asbestos show that incompletely evaluated or mitigated risks have real consequences for Canadians, our environment and the legacy we leave future generations. Mr. Speaker, these scientists have obviously lost faith in the government's ability or commitment to make transparent decisions informed by the best available evidence. They simply ask that this government act on science, that it assess cumulative impacts, that it prevent conflict of interest through full public disclosure. They and all other young Canadians will have to live with the consequences of this government's decisions.
Member for North Vancouver.
Mr. Speaker, last week I was welcomed to Handsworth Secondary School in North Vancouver, where I had the opportunity to talk to grade 11 social studies students about the issue of climate change. As MPs, we all know that one of our greatest responsibilities is to work to ensure a secure future for our children and for Canada's youth. As I stood in front of 200 students at Handsworth in the high school that is attended by my 2 teenage daughters, this responsibility felt very real. Mr. Speaker, through my discussions with these students, it was clear to me that the issue of climate change is of critical importance to students. The concern they feel for their future was evident in their questions, their comments, and in the ideas they brought forward as to what we can and should be doing to address climate change. I'd like to thank the students of Handsworth for reminding me that our young people are very much engaged, are eager to be part of taking on the challenges posed by climate change, and are looking to us for leadership and action. Thank you.
The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Speaker, it's been a very exciting few weeks in my riding. Today I'm proud to recognize and congratulate a number of constituents and organizations doing some outstanding work. Rhonda Barnett from Steelworks Design in Cavan Monaghan was elected chair of the Canadian Association of Manufacturers and Exporters. Rhonda is also the first female chair of that organization. Woodville's James Barker Band continuing their success with a number of engagements, including a contract with Universal Music Canada. Lindsay's All Flaws in Progress for their nomination for Video of the Year, produced by Josh Wood at this year's Covenant Awards. And Lindsay's Strumbellas, fresh off gold and platinum records, performing in front of huge crowds on their current world tour. Cavan's Emma McManus, who earned a basketball scholarship to Central Connecticut University. In Kennington, the figure skating club is now officially debt-free thanks to the hard work of its volunteers. And finally, to the Pinestone Resort in Haliburton for hosting the Canadian National Pond Hockey Tournament again this year. Please join me in congratulating these fantastic people and organizations.
The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this week in celebration of Louis Riel Day, I had the privilege of attending the very first raising of the Métis flag on Parliament Hill. Louis Riel was elected to this place 3 times, but was never able to take his seat. Like Louis Riel himself, the raising of the Métis flag here on Parliament Hill is a powerful symbol of Métis history, strength of spirit, and cultural pride. He was a defender of the fundamental values that Canadians hold dear, including equality and social justice. All Canadians, whether they are Métis or not, can be proud of what Louis Riel accomplished. Our government is committed to reconciliation with the Métis people, and we are coming together in partnership with the Métis Nation and the provinces and territories to work with Métis people on how they want to exercise their rights and advance long-term reconciliation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Burlington.
Mr. Speaker, last week I had the opportunity to participate in Burlington's commemorations to honour our veterans. Today, I would like to thank the members in my community who made this week special for those that have served. I want to thank the Burlington Legion, the Burl Oak Naval Veterans, and some of the amazing individuals who give generously to honour our veterans. Individuals like Kristen Courtney, who organizes a veterans luncheon every year in Halton. Or like Bill Reed, the singing veteran, who shares his songs of war with the commuters at Burlington GO stations, and who for almost 3 decades has provided services at retirement homes for the veterans not able to attend the official events. And the grade 12 drama students at M.M. Robinson High School, who each year write and direct a play on Remembrance Day. The students deserved a standing ovation as their story was heart-wrenching, honest, and passionate. They truly honored the veterans present. We must take a moment every day to think of our Canadian men and women who have served and who are currently serving. Our veterans serve our country with bravery, honor, and dignity, and I want to say thank you. Thank you for protecting the values we cherish and making our world a safer place.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to pay homage to one of our own. Fred King of Caledon, British Columbia, was a former World War II veteran and retired member of Parliament. Fred was a kind, caring man who gave back greatly to his community in many different ways that extended well beyond his time in Ottawa. From his time spent as a member of Parliament, Fred was a voice for farmers and agriculture. He also traveled much of Europe to ensure better collaboration between Canada and our NATO allies. He worked quietly to secure passage of persecuted religious minorities from communist dictatorships. In his own riding, he was most proud of the work he performed securing federally owned lands that could be used for Okanagan College's Penticton campus. Fred was a strong believer and supporter in our youth and the importance of upgrading skills and education. What I admired most about Fred was his sincere willingness to always help others. Many who were complete strangers, never asking anything in return, only a desire to try and bring happiness and help to those who are in need. It is a privilege to consider Fred both a mentor of mine and a friend, and to recognize his contributions and service to the betterment of others. Fred now joins with the love of his life, Audrey, who passed away a few years ago. May they both rest in peace, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday was the one-year anniversary of my swearing in as Member of Parliament for Cambridge and North Dumfries, and I'm proud to stand here today representing the fine people of my riding. I am humbled and honoured by their support and the support of my family, Kristen, James, and Kennedy May. This weekend, the people of Cambridge will line the sidewalks of Hespeler Road for the 44th annual Santa Claus Parade. Every year, whether it's raining or snowing, and regardless of how cold it is, my constituents come out by the thousands to watch this extraordinary showcase of the schools, community organizations, businesses, and nonprofits that make our community so great. As I have the good fortune of having my office located on the parade route, I am proud to offer some holiday warmth for my constituents in the form of hot chocolate and candy canes. This Saturday, I encourage all of my constituents to come out to this Cambridge Santa Claus Parade for some family fun and stop by my office for some quick warmth. We'll see you there, Mr. Speaker.
Good job. Good job. The honourable member for London West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the weather begins to chill, all Canadians should have a place to call home that is safe, warm, and affordable. Last week, I had the great pleasure of announcing the 281 new affordable housing units in London and the surrounding area. One of the several facilities, including 77 Tecumseh Avenue West, located in my riding of London West, received $1.85 million for affordable housing units. 3 of these facilities are designated for residents with mental health challenges. I had the privilege of taking a tour of this incredible facility with local representatives from all levels of government. Our plan includes the doubling of current funding under the Investment in Affordable Housing Initiative, supported affordable housing for seniors, building and renovating shelters and transition houses for victims of family violence. Our government is developing a comprehensive national housing strategy that will chart the course for better housing, socio-economic and environmental outcomes. I will continue to deliver for the people of London West, and this government will continue to deliver our campaign promises for the betterment of all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, here's a quote from Theodore Geisel, a.k.a. Dr. Zeus. Unless someone like you cares a whole awful lot, nothing is going to get better. It's not. This month is Movember, which highlights men's health by raising funds and educating Canadians about prostate cancer. It's predicted that by 2030, there will be 1.7 million men living with prostate cancer. But if it is detected early, the chance of survival beyond 5 years is 98%. My father passed away from prostate cancer, but because he took the early steps to visit his doctors and get checked, his time with us was prolonged by an incredible 15 years. Throughout Movember campaign, Mo Bros and Mo Sisters have funded over 1,200 health projects, and what started with 30 mustaches in 2003 has now expanded to 5 million. I encourage anyone who can grow a mustache to do so, and also to become physically active whenever possible. Finally, Mr. Speaker, here is a quote from the Lorax. 1, 2, 3, sport a mustache like me.
The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of us are concerned by what looks like a spike in the number and severity of incidents targeting Canadian minorities with messages of exclusion, fear, and hate. Perhaps there haven't been many, perhaps recent events have amplified our sensitivities, but one is too many, and on this issue it's never a bad time to be sensitive. If those responsible somehow feel emboldened or encouraged by recent developments, we need to disabuse them of those notions. Nobody gets to do that, not in the Canada that I've grown up in. And by the way, that's a Canadian value in case somebody was looking for one. Speaking of examples, the honourable member from Edmonton Centre is as good as it gets. As the Prime Minister's new Special Advisor on LGBTQ2 issues, he's a passionate standard bearer for the Canadian values of respect and equality. Every vulnerable community will be encouraged and made stronger by his efforts, more so as we in this place endorse them.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, we're so fortunate to live in Canada, where we aspire to be a nation that takes care of each other. In my riding of Courtenay Alberni, access to affordable housing has become an urgent and desperate matter. The situation is critical. People are living on unsafe derelict boats, in the bush and on the streets. In Port Alberni, a small city of only 17,000 people, more than half the residents can barely afford their rent, while the homeless shelter has only 12 beds. That shelter had to turn away more than 1,000 people last year because they simply didn't have room. We're blessed to have compassionate organizations such as the Port Alberni Shelter Society, the Comox Valley Coalition to End Homelessness, Dawn to Dawn, and the Oceanside Task Force to End Homelessness. Mr. Speaker, these organizations need urgent resources from Ottawa to help lift people out of homelessness and restore the dignity and the compassion that they deserve.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Today, the people of Ottawa stand united against the twin evils of racism and anti-Semitism. Over the last several days, a criminal has targeted peaceful Jews, Muslims, and Christians from the black community with hateful vandalism. We hope the police catch and the courts punish the perpetrators to the fullest extent of the law. Prime Minister Laurier said, "Canada is free, and freedom is its nationality." Mr. Speaker, our people are free to be who they are, free to believe what they want, free to worship how they choose, and free to do it all without fear. Racist vandalism is an attack on that freedom and on every Canadian. So we stand in solidarity with its victims and renew our commitment to our freedom and the equality of all of our people.
The honourable member for Monterville. Bullying and cyberbullying is a serious issue for many Canadian families and communities. According to a recent study, more than 40% of youth claim being a victim of cyberbullying, and more than 60% have witnessed cyberbullying. In this Anti-Bullying Awareness Week, I encourage Canadians to get more informed on this issue, as well as the devastating consequences it may have on its victims and the resources available helping to combat it. I especially encourage parents and teachers to visit the website Get Cyber Safe to get informed on how to recognize and prevent cyberbullying. I also invite you to discover Bully Text, an interactive tool offered by the RCMP that aims to entice conversation amongst youth about these questions. On a brighter side, more than 70% of Canadian youth who have witnessed cyberbullying claim to have intervened. Let's follow their example at school, at work, at home, and in all spheres of life, and let's put an end to bullying.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Waved the white flag of surrender on NAFTA, and they are now trying their very best to backpedal. The parliamentary secretary to the trade minister said, don't worry, there will only be small tweaks. Now, if their small tweaks are anything like their small deficits, we are all in big, big trouble. Mr. Speaker, Canada needs NAFTA. Why are the Liberals so eager to sell out Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, the only flag we're waving is the red and white Canadian flag. Mr. Speaker, we're going to defend Canadians' interests across the board on every matter of trade and investment in order to help Canada, in order to help Canadian jobs. The NAFTA agreement is an important, positive piece of that picture. We know that. We know the numbers. We will work to show our American partners that these numbers are valid for them as well, that the agreement is positive for them as well. And, Mr. Speaker, it's a 20-year-old agreement. It is normal to make changes to an agreement over time, especially tweaking it.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, if the Liberals were going to do what was in the best interests of Canadians, they would not have so foolishly and naively opened the doors to renegotiating NAFTA. But now that they have, and given what the parliamentary secretary just said, will the government tell Canadians exactly what is on the table? Will it be farmers that will be sold out? Will it be the auto sector that is going to be rejected? What is on the table? What are the Liberals going to sell out?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, we won't take lessons from anybody as regards trade. Our record on trade is impeccable. Yet again, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and the Minister of International Trade are out bringing home the bacon and making sure we can ship bacon and other pork products to other countries in the world, as we are working on with Argentina, as was announced. We brought home coal, Mr. Speaker. We got CETA across the finish line, Mr. Speaker. We opened up China to canola markets. We opened up China and Mexico to beef markets. Our record on trade within 12 months is far superior to anything the previous government produced.
The Honourable Government House Leader. Opposition Leader.
Remember, every one of those agreements was what the Conservative government started and finished, and the Liberals could barely get that done when we handed it to them on a silver platter. Mr. Speaker, TPP, another agreement that sectors are very concerned about. So are the Liberals going to take the same approach to TPP that they've taken to NAFTA and say, well, you know, maybe we'll renegotiate, maybe we'll do something, or maybe we won't? Or will the Prime Minister at APEC be persistent, consistent, and advocate for TPP for Canada?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, our position on NAFTA has been clear from the outset. That treaty was negotiated in secret by the previous government. We committed during the election, Mr. Speaker, to consulting Canadians. We are consulting Canadians. I, Mr. Speaker, have been to all 10 provinces and am now working on the territories, listening to Canadians. The Trade Committee is doing the same thing. When we are in a position to understand whether or not that treaty is a good treaty for Canada, we'll make a determination at that point.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Budget Officer is a friend of all Canadians, and you know why? Because he tells it like it is, unlike this government. In his report yesterday, he wrote, quote, parliamentarians may wish to confirm that the additional spending proposed in these supplementary estimates has corresponding performance targets. In other words, to put it a bit more bluntly, are we going to get our money's worth? Mr. Speaker, when is the government going to regain control over public spending? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I'm so happy to stand up today because all week long this member has said things, and I'd like to set the record straight. This government, in the past 12 months, has created 139,600 jobs in Canada. That's the number. And that's thanks to our plan to invest in Canadian families, in the middle class, in youth and seniors. Mr. Speaker, even though the Conservative Party voted against all the steps we took to help Canadian families and youth, we will continue with that plan, and that is the number. The honourable member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. When it comes to free trade with the U.S. and Mexico, everybody sees what an amateur the Prime Minister was when he showed his hand. Mr. Trump has always taken aim at Mexico, never Canada. The issue was with Mexicans, not Canadian workers. Never before has a head of government shown his cards so voluntarily. Way to go, champ. Why has the Prime Minister put Canadian jobs at risk? Why is he being such an amateur? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade. Mr. Speaker, no cards have been played. We have a deal, NAFTA, which has been very positive for Canada. That deal has been positive for the U.S. too. Mr. Speaker, 35 states in the U.S. have Canada as their main export destination. So it's very important to both countries. So we, in good faith, are going to talk with the U.S. government to make improvements as needed. The honourable member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, Canadians rightly feel betrayed by the Liberals. During the election campaign, they said there would be small deficits to invest public infrastructure, but now they're going to be much bigger, and the Liberals want to allow their Bay Street cronies to pocket tolls and user fees. And what's more, $15 billion has been redirected from cities like Rimouski and Jonquière in order to attract private capital, and that will be invested in Toronto or Montreal. Once again, why do the Liberals hide their plan to impose tolls and user fees on Canadians during the election campaign? The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
On a platform to invest more than $120 billion in infrastructure over the next decade. We increased that commitment from $120 billion to $180 billion under the fiscal update. Only 8% of that is actually being used under the bank to build more infrastructure for Canadian communities from coast to coast to coast. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
The Liberal platform said that the infrastructure bank would, quote, provide low-cost financing for new infrastructure projects. It did not say that it would provide high-cost financing so Liberals' Bay Street friends can line their pockets. It did not say that Liberals would take $15 billion from communities like mine in North Island, Powell River to create this privatization bank that will do nothing for small communities. Exactly. And surprise, surprise, it didn't mention tolls or user fees. Simple question. Why weren't the Liberals honest with Canadians?
Yeah.
Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I am surprised that the member opposite will not actually understand our infrastructure plan, where we're investing more than $180 billion into infrastructure that is go far beyond our initial commitment, and the role of the bank is absolutely, she's right, that is to provide low-cost loans to municipalities that they can do more infrastructure with the less cost to them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, member for North Island, Powell River.
79% is not low cost, Mr. Speaker.
Exactly.
Over the last 2 decades, more than 10,000 Canadians have died from opioids, and an untold number now suffer from addiction. Will the government agree to take action by creating a national task force and repeal Bill C-2 to remove unnecessary barriers to opening new harm reduction facilities? And will the Liberal government immediately declare the opioid crisis a national public health emergency? Action is needed now to help save lives.
Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are in a national public health crisis in Canada. The growing number of overdoses and deaths caused by opioids is a complex emergency. Building on our 5-point action plan to address opioid misuse, today and tomorrow, the Minister of Health is co-hosting a conference and summit on opioids to bring together experts, patient groups, governments, and regulators to discuss the current crisis and identify actions moving forward. We will continue to work with law enforcement and all our partners to bring forward compassionate and collaborative solutions to address the immediate crisis alongside their root causes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot.
Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Mr. Speaker, too many Canadians have died and too many lives are jeopardized by opioid addiction. In the past 20 years, over 10,000 Canadians have died from opioids, and many more are addicted currently. There is a clear consensus. Effective federal leadership and coordination are needed to reduce the number of deaths due to overdose in Canada. Is the minister willing to show some leadership? Will she declare a national public health emergency? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Health Minister.
And as I said previously, we are in a national public health crisis here in Canada. The growing number of overdoses and deaths caused by opioids is a complex emergency. And building on our 5-point action plan to address opioid crisis misuse, today and tomorrow, the Minister of Health is co-hosting a conference on opioid summit to bring together experts, patient groups, regulators, and governments to discuss the current crisis and identify actions moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, allow me to explain to the government the great Liberal paradox when it comes to softwood. Softwood comes from evergreens, also known as coniferous trees. The government's incapable of negotiating with the Americans because they're soft too. The Liberal paradox is that when the Liberals are soft on negotiating, it's hard to look at. Thousands of Canadian jobs are at risk. When is this government going to get down to work to defend our regions, our workers, and our families? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade. Mr. Speaker, we've been getting down to work since we first took office. We've been working with our American counterparts, with Minister Froman, with the whole USTR. We've been working with our own producers, with our own workers all across the country. We're in constant contact with them, and we're negotiating strenuously to come up with a deal that's acceptable to Canada. We will strike a deal, but not any old deal.
Okanagan Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 40% of BC's regional economies and hundreds of small businesses across Canada depend on the forest industry. Last March, the Trade Minister committed to having a structure for softwood lumber agreement in place in 100 days. 252 days later, still no deal. Will this minister ever get an agreement respecting our forest industry, or will the Prime Minister finally appoint a new minister that will?
Parliament Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, as I said a moment ago in French, we've been hard at work on this file from the beginning. We do have a framework within which we are working with our American partners. That was elaborated by our minister and her counterpart, USTR Michael Froman. We are consulting Canadians across the country in the industry, every province, workers, small companies, large companies. We understand the importance of the issue, Mr. Speaker. We're going to negotiate an agreement, and we're going to negotiate a good agreement.
Lévis-Lotbinière.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, each time it gets the chance, this Liberal government shows its disdain for Canadian farmers. No mention of agriculture in the throne speech, total inaction on diafiltered milk, and now a transition program that's totally bungled and doesn't meet the needs of dairy farmers. All farmers will be affected by the arrival of European product, but only a fraction of dairy farmers will be eligible for the Liberals' program. It's unacceptable. Why the flagrant disrespect for Canadian dairy farmers? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, I'm really frustrated by that question. My colleague has one of his own teammates wants to scrap supply management. We've invested $350 million in helping the dairy industry cope with these changes and the new conditions, market conditions. The money will be invested strategically. Producers are investing, and we're going to work alongside with them. We have set up a program that reflects the feedback we've got from the industry.
Speaker, experts from the Conference Board of Canada, the Bank of Montreal, the TD Bank, the Parliamentary Budget Officer, and the Department of Finance have all said there are no signs of economic growth. Mr. Speaker, 0 new full-time jobs have been created since the Liberals took office. Less than 1% of infrastructure projects have started construction. The Liberals promised Canadians that deficits would create jobs and grow the economy. The Liberals promised, and clearly, their plan is not working. Can the minister explain to Canadians why he has failed to create one single job from his infrastructure announcements?
Well, Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me take the opportunity to again tell the House and the Canadians that since taking office, our government has approved more than 980 projects throughout the country with the combined value of more than $12 billion from coast to coast to coast, as well as a matter of fact, one project is in her member's own city, helping design the long-term LRT plan that is actually helping that city to advance so they can take on the opportunities to build more infrastructure when we announce our long-term plan for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Député de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport. Mr. Speaker, the infrastructure bank is like Liberal ministers' fundraising cocktail parties that are reserved for a small group of Liberal cronies. You really have to be out of touch with reality and the regions to create a bank that will fund only projects worth $100 million and over, which will exclude all small towns and villages. Mr. Speaker, who in this government, of the 40 Quebec Liberal members, is defending the interests of the regions of Quebec? The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Speaker, let me share again that since taking over, we have approved more than $1.5 billion for projects in Quebec. As a matter of fact, the Minister of Finance announced $2 billion for small communities, unheard of in the recent Canadian history. So we are delivering on behalf of Canadians throughout the country, big cities, small cities, as well as rural communities. Let me quote the president of FCM, what he has to say about our infrastructure plan. He says, these unprecedented infrastructure investments.
Unfortunately, there's not quite enough time to fit that in. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, young Canadians work hard to put themselves through school so they can get a great paying job and buy a house and perhaps raise a family. But they're being told by this finance minister that they should get used to more precarious work. Liberals cancelled the small business tax cuts, and we know that increasing payroll and carbon taxes will make it harder for young workers to get their first job. And even if they are lucky enough to start working and to save what's left after they pay their student loans and these Liberal tax hikes, Mr. Speaker, fewer now qualify for a mortgage. Will this government explain why it's making life harder for young Canadians?
The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister of Employment and Workforce Development.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. It gives me an opportunity to indicate how seriously we are working to address the challenges faced by young people in Canada. Unprecedented change is occurring here in Canada and all first world countries, in fact, the whole world. We have not only doubled the number of work opportunities in the summer, but we will be rolling out an intensive and comprehensive program called Work Integrated Learning in cooperation with the business community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Not only have the Liberals left women behind with their new CPP legislation, but seniors everywhere are still waiting for the Liberals to deliver on their promise of a new Seniors Price Index. Here we are in November. The Liberals have failed to come through with their promise of a better way to index old age security and guaranteed income supplement benefits. Mr. Speaker, seniors are struggling to make ends meet with the high costs of living. If the Liberals can't keep this promise, can the minister tell us what other promises he's prepared to break for our seniors?
The Honourable Minister for Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to have this opportunity to point out how quickly the Government of Canada established significant and meaningful steps to help our seniors, particularly those living in difficult circumstances. We've boosted the old age security and the guaranteed income supplement, which will help the most needy seniors. We've also provided funding for housing, which will help vulnerable Canadians. So we're working very hard, Mr. Speaker, to meet the needs of seniors in Canada. The Honourable Member for Laurier St. Marie. Mr. Speaker, last month, a UN committee voted in favour of full nuclear disarmament. Unfortunately, Canada did not support that initiative. Whereas other countries are moving forward in this arena seriously, this government is dragging its feet. Will Canada take some leadership and support nuclear disarmament efforts and take part in the negotiations that will begin next year? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
The Minister is entirely dedicated to nuclear disarmament. Our goal is to convince countries that have nuclear weapons to be at the table as part of an effective disarmament process. Canada succeeded at this when we led a United Nations resolution supported by 177 states, including those with nuclear weapons, recently. Our resolution has a goal to stop the production of materials used to make nuclear weapons. This is the realistic, pragmatic approach our minister is taking, and it was a major accomplishment. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, climate change policy should tangibly reduce greenhouse gas emissions without punishing the Canadian economy. The problem with the Liberals' approach is that we know that they have no evidence to show that it's actually going to work, that it's actually going to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. But we do know that it's going to cost the Canadian economy and cost Canadian families. So, Mr. Speaker, under our former government, we actually saw greenhouse gas emissions decrease while the economy grew. So I have a very simple question, Mr. Speaker. What price elasticity assumptions did the government use in modeling their carbon tax?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Our government is committed to creating a cleaner, more innovative economy that reduces emissions and protects the environment while creating well-paying jobs for Canadians. Setting a benchmark price on carbon pollution is one component of a broad approach to addressing climate change, something that the previous government did nothing to address, while providing certainty and predictability to businesses. After a decade of inaction on the part of the previous government, we are about taking firm action to address greenhouse gas emissions while creating good middle-class jobs for Canadians.
Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, I'll take that as code for I have no idea. Anyways, Mr. Speaker, let's go with something more simple. Right now, the Liberals are putting uncertainty into the regulatory process for natural resources. They're not doing anything for Canadians that are out of work in Alberta. They're not standing up for the development of new pipelines. They're putting a carbon tax in place that's going to do nothing for greenhouse gas emissions. I could go on and on and on. So if they can't answer that question, why don't they just have the courage to call it for what it is? National Energy Program 2.0.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I suggest the honourable member listen to some of the voices of Canadian industry, companies like Suncor, companies like Enbridge, companies like Shell, who are in support of a carbon price as part of an overall economic strategy and a strategy to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Let me quote, Mr. Speaker, the Desjardins Group CEO who said, quote, Desjardins Group supports the federal government's decision. Desjardins believes that the time has come for all sectors of the economy to include climate change considerations into their strategic plans, to take advantage of business opportunities, to reduce risks, and to meet the needs of Canadians.
Honourable member for Peace River Westlock. Order.
Mr. Speaker, my friend Lawrence Morris is a retired senior who lives in Fort Assiniboine on a very limited income. A carbon tax will significantly increase his costs for groceries, his cost for his heat bill, his cost for gasoline, to the point that he may not be able to stay in his home. This is a reality for many rural seniors across Canada. Why are the Liberals pushing a carbon tax on rural Canadians and forcing seniors like Mr. Morris out of their homes?
Good question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, unlike the Conservatives, we're focused on supporting middle-class families and their families at every stage of their life. Not only did the Conservatives vote against the Paris Agreement when it comes to addressing climate change, but they also voted against reducing taxes for 9 million Canadians. They voted against a child benefit that helps 9 out of 10 Canadian families and will raise 300,000 Canadian children out of poverty. They voted against enhancements to student loans, which will help 250,000 Canadian students. Our government is focused on both protecting the environment while growing the economy in a sustainable way.
Member for Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, whenever we point out that this carbon tax will hurt Canada's poor, they stand up and quote powerful millionaire and billionaire CEOs to defend their policy. You know, the 800,000 Canadians that rely on the food bank in order to nourish their children every day, Mr. Speaker, they don't take any comfort in quotes from millionaire CEOs. In fact, food bank uses up. Over 300,000 kids are relying on food bank for their nutrition. Mr. Speaker, why is the Liberal government so determined to raise food prices by increasing taxes on the people who deliver our food?
Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following my earlier colleagues' comments on the fact that we are working very hard to grow the economy and to grow the middle class and working very hard to decrease poverty among our children and seniors, I would be curious to know why our Conservative friends have been opposing systematically all measures working in favour of the middle class and working towards lower poverty in Canada.
Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
The United Nations Committee on Discrimination Against Women has just expressed serious concerns with the inquiry into murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls. They say the inquiry isn't taking a human rights approach, that it doesn't have the mandate to look into policing or look into unresolved cases. These concerns echo exactly what we've heard from the families of missing and murdered mothers, daughters, sisters. Will the government finally respond to these concerns? And will the government finally listen to the voices of families?
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. And I welcome the opportunity to clarify the fact that the Commission does indeed have the mandate to look into policing, does indeed have a broad mandate for them to do exactly what the families have asked for, which is to deal with the issues of the causes and also making sure that the families will be supported, particularly with the new liaison units set up by the Minister of Justice to do just that.
Deputy Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the Minister of Heritage announced her intention to modernize regulations surrounding bilingual service delivery in Canada. That's good news. However, the Liberal government seems to want to draw these consultations out, and they won't lead to tangible regulations before 2019. Really? Can the Liberal government commit to not shelve the consultation report and to table a real bill that will guarantee that these regulations will be sustainable and strictly enforced?
The
President of the Treasury Board. Mr. Speaker, thank you. I have the pleasure to announce that the government will completely review the regulation surrounding the delivery of bilingual services to Canadians to ensure that communities, francophone and anglophone, are well served.
Mr. Speaker, the offices that had been slated to become unilingual under the current regulations will be subject to a moratorium. They will continue to provide services in both official languages until we introduce new and improved modernized regulations in replace the current regulations. Mr. Speaker, this is a priority for our government to go.
The honourable member for Preston, Sackville, Chesapeake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Dans mon
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my riding and across the country, Canadians are concerned about the application of the official languages policy or guidelines on service to the public. They're worried about access to services in their language. These services are important for Francophone and Anglophone minorities across the country. These communities are the culture and economic pillars of their areas. Can the President of the Treasury Board advise this House of the work that's been done and the steps that will be taken in this area?
The
President of the Treasury Board. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake. Our government will ensure that services offered to Canadians are offered in the official language of their choice. Our government will be undertaking a complete review of service.
Offices currently subject to becoming unilingual, 257 of them will continue to be bilingual. Our government is committed to improving and strengthening bilingual services for all Canadians.
Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, thousands of Albertans are out of work and have been for over a year, and not one additional full-time job has been created in Canada under the Liberals in that same time. Meanwhile, the U.S. President-elect said he will approve Keystone XL within 100 days of taking office, but our Natural Resources Minister says it's, quote, not a priority. With the U.S. ramping up and pursuing energy independence, time is of the essence. When will the Prime Minister prioritize Canadian jobs and get this deal done before it's too late?
The Honourable Minister for Science, Innovation and Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, we've been very clear that jobs is a priority for our government. As the Parliamentary Secretary mentioned earlier today, we've created 139,600 jobs. These jobs are across the country, including Alberta. Just to highlight some examples with respect to jobs, Mr. Speaker, we supported the relocation of Bell Helicopter, which created 1,000 jobs in Quebec. We created GM Canada, expanded its engineering and software development. Again, these help young people to find meaningful employment. 1,000 jobs for them as well. So these are good jobs across the country, Mr. Speaker.
For Lakeland.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in 2014, 9 out of 10 new jobs created in all of Canada were created in Alberta. But today, Alberta's job losses are the highest in nearly 22 years. Pipelines are lifelines for Alberta and for hundreds of thousands of energy workers across the country. Canada's world-leading oil and gas is at risk. The biggest customer, the U.S., has become the biggest competitor. Canada must diversify export markets now. The more delays, the less competitive Canada becomes. When will the minister stop the roadblocks and fight for Canadian energy jobs?
Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I'm a little bit confused by the member's question because this will now be the fourth time this week when I had said that the government is actually very confident in the Keystone XL pipeline. We supported the application in the first place. All of the approvals north of the border are in place. And if the company decides to pursue the application, this government will support it for the fourth time this week.
Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. UN peacekeeping missions are among the most dangerous deployments in the world. For example, 106 UN peacekeepers have already died in the UN Mali operation. Now, despite the dangers to our troops, the Liberals are still keeping Canadians in the dark about where they intend to deploy Canadian troops on the planned peacekeeping mission. Now, can the minister be transparent with Canadians and tell us, how is this in our national interest? Will it be a combat mission? And how long will our troops be deployed? Canadians deserve to know this, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, our re-engagement with peace operations is part of our broader commitment to re-energize Canadian leadership on key international issues and multilateral institutions. There have been multiple fact-finding trips, And the minister has had productive discussions with counterparts, with NGOs, and with organizations involved with peace support organizations. We are building our understanding of the situation on the ground. We are investigating how we can contribute with a whole-of-government approach. No decision has been made on those future contributions, but we will share when it has.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Parliamentary Secretary is consulting, that's what she's saying. Again, regarding the mission in Iraq, the Prime Minister, back when he was in opposition, said he couldn't support any mission unless the reasons justifying it were openly disclosed. Now, we're still waiting for that justification. In the case of the mission in Africa, the government is improvising and making it up on the fly. When will the Liberals finally be transparent and explain, A, where our soldiers will be deployed, B, what the objectives of the mission are, and above all, under what conditions? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we take very seriously the plans to employ members of the Canadian Forces around the world. Having been a member for 31 years, I can tell you that that is indeed the case. And I'm very content. I'm happy the way the government is progressing on this particular issue. They are doing their homework. They are talking to their allies. They are planning on the ground. And no decision has been made. And they're going to make that decision based on that whole of government approach so we can make a success of this mission. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Anchors is an HIV/AIDS outreach and support society in my riding of South Okanagan, West Kootenay. For many years, Anchors has been providing prevention and harm reduction services to at-risk populations in 24 communities in the BC interior. But they have just been informed that their federal funding will not be renewed.
Shameful.
This will devastate HIV/AIDS outreach services in the BC interior. Will the Health Minister reverse these cuts and ensure that the people in the Okanagan and Kootenays have access to these vital services?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, HIV and Hep C are serious but preventable diseases, and our government is committed to addressing them, with community-based organizations being central to this. The funding we provide is remaining steady at $26.4 million annually. While 124 organizations were successfully in the application process, some were not. The Minister of Health has asked the Public Health Agency of Canada to assist these impacted organizations by working with them to extend transitional funding for another year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, dangerous debris from a cargo ship is washing up on the West Coast, posing serious threats to our sensitive ecosystems. It's been almost a week since this began, and there's still no real action by the federal government. We know their response to the Bella Bella diesel spill has been shamefully inadequate. So will the federal government take immediate action to help with this cleanup? And will they support community groups like Surfrider and local First Nations to prevent any further environmental damage from this debris?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thank you to my honourable colleague for that question. Our government remains committed to improving marine safety in Canada and ensuring the protection of our marine environment. This incident underlines the need for change, and that is why the Minister announced a plan to enhance marine safety in a meaningful way. Furthermore, the Minister is looking at the matter of compensation. We will take the necessary action on the findings of the Department's compliance inspection and the TSB's investigation to enhance marine safety in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, hundreds of Canadians are dying every single month from illicit opioids flooding our borders. These drugs are so powerful, Mr. Speaker, that a small amount the size of a grain of salt can kill you. Last month, a 9-month-old was hospitalized from being exposed to carfentanil, an illegal opioid 100 times stronger than fentanyl, yet the health minister is only consulting now. Mr. Speaker, when will the minister acknowledge that China is the primary source of the problem and start cracking down on these illicit drug shipments?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Our government is very concerned by the arrival of opiate drugs in Canada. The Border Services Agency has conducted more than 8,000 seizures. representing $400 million. And we are currently examining ways of improving the ability to detect and intercept illicit drugs. We share the concern of Canadians and their loss, and we are working diligently to put an end to the arrival of this drug here.
Speaker, the Health Minister refused any organizations such as CPM Centres for Pain Management to attend our opioid summit. The Liberals have stated that doctors who prescribe opioids are a primary cause of this crisis, yet they're not invited to help find a solution that works for their patients. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because these organizations have a different view and perspective than the government. So how can the Health Minister claim to be consulting on the opioid crisis when she won't even talk to pain management doctors on the ground who she blames for being a source of the problem?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I said, we are in a national public health crisis in Canada. The growing number of overdoses and deaths caused by opioids is a complex emergency. Today and tomorrow, the Minister of Health is co-hosting a conference and a summit on opioids to bring groups like the Canadian Medical Association, the College of Family Physicians of Canada, the National and Provincial Colleges of Physician and Surgeon, as well as the Canadian Pain Society to discuss the current crisis and identify a path forward. Stakeholders and members of the public that are unable to attend due to the space restrictions are invited to view the conference by the following live webcast. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Alberta and Saskatchewan ranchers are reeling from a single case of bovine tuberculosis. CFIA is quarantining and starting to test herds, but ranchers are being told they cannot sell their animals until all herds are tested, which can take many months. These producers do not have shelter or feed for these animals for the winter. The CFIA are forcing ranchers to hold their animals until they're all tested TB-free. Will the Liberals compensate them for the feeding and housing of these quarantined animals over the winter?
Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, each time a mandatory disease is identified in Canada, we take steps to ensure that operations are not perturbed. With respect to the taking of adequate measures, these measures are essential to protect the health of cattle in this country. There is an investigation and it involves analysis at the farm. The CIA is identifying these situations and compensation will be provided in the event of tuberculosis.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration. In my riding of Mississauga East Cooksville, you'll find a riding that is very diverse and multicultural. And over the course of the year, I've heard from my constituents express many frustrations over the problems in the immigration system that was inherited by 10 years under the Conservative government. Can the Minister of Immigration update this House on recent improvements that this government is making to the immigration system?
Honourable Minister of Immigration and Refugees.
Thank you for that excellent question. And let's begin to count the ways that we're cleaning up the big fat mess left by the Conservatives in the area of immigration. So we've let in more than 33,000 Syrian refugees. We've reinstated the principle a Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian. We've reinstated refugee health care. We've made it much easier for international students to become permanent residents. We've set up a pilot immigration program in Atlantic Canada. We're in the process of making it much faster for spouses to be reunited. We've made it 3 times faster to get your green.
The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Speaker, I recently toured the Central East Correctional Centre in Lindsay. This provincial maximum security institution is being used as a so-called temporary holding facility for federal immigration detainees. Officers are dealing with challenges that are beyond their scope: language barriers, dietary complications, and a lack of proper holding areas with very little support from CBSA. The Liberals must ensure these detainees are transferred to a federal detention centre where they can properly are equipped to manage their needs. When will the Public Safety Minister take action?
Secretary of Parliament.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'm sorry because I missed part of the question, but generally speaking, Correctional Services, we are undertaking a consultation with our partners to make sure that when we have someone in detention is mainly because for security reasons and security purposes. These are looked at the last resort possible, and we are working on alternative solution to ease that. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Vimy. Mr. Speaker, this week is Global Entrepreneurship Week, an opportunity to celebrate all Canadian entrepreneurs working across the country. In my riding of Vimy, hundreds of entrepreneurs are contributing to our local economy. From Namtek to Beauvais, these entrepreneurs are creating high-quality jobs to support the middle class, thus creating jobs for young people and training. Entrepreneurs in Canada are the cornerstone of our economy and need support. Could the minister tell us in this House what support the government is providing to Canadian entrepreneurs? Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for this excellent question. This year, during the Global Entrepreneurship Week, more than 300 events are taking place across the country to celebrate entrepreneurs in Canada, people who make the economy roll and will continue to do so in the future. Our government is proud to support them. Recently, I announced money through the BDC to invest in companies. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Simcoe.
A report from the front on the Liberal war on history. The latest casualty is the village of Almont. The Mississippi Valley Textile Museum put together their proposal for Canada 150 based around a mill founded in 1867, whose history traced Canada's. Their project blended history, education, community, and culture. It was denied. Why? Because the Liberals changed the rules after they applied, and Canadian history is no longer an appropriate theme for the 150th anniversary of Confederation. Why is the government blocking this worthy project? Why this Liberal war on history?
Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for his question. And if by the Liberal war on history he means bringing Indigenous people back into the historical context, referring to LGBTQ2 members, making sure that we have rich relationships with multicultural communities, and making sure that we fully value official bilingualism, then our government is resetting the record on history. We are going to celebrate Canada 150 with 4 themes. That is what we will do as a government, Mr. Speaker. We value history in this government.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-Lille. Mr. Speaker, once again, the federal government is making decisions in our stead by deciding to sidestep Quebec in the choice of anti-drug programs that are being funded in an area under provincial jurisdiction. Quebec has the professionals who are aware of what needs to be done to fight addiction. Health Canada represents 10,000 public officials who provide no care to Quebecers. Will the minister respect Quebec's will and transfer our taxes to the people who are the most competent for dealing with Quebec? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're committed to a broader approach to drug policy that is comprehensive, compassionate, collaborative, and evidence-based, and that balances regulation and enforcement with support for prevention, treatment, and harm reduction. The Minister of Health is aware of the concerns from Quebec and is committed to working with them on this issue. She has asked her officials to reach out to the provinces to discuss this further. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, after having imposed Stephen Harper's cuts to healthcare transfers against the unanimous will of the National Assembly, and after having imposed the NDP conditions for allocating sums from our taxes against the unanimous will of the National Assembly, the chief armchair quarterback is taking this a step farther by authorizing herself to make decisions in our stead. Never before has a government done so much to interfere in Quebec's ability to provide good quality care. When will the federal government stop this and allow them to work independently?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I indicated, our government is committed to a comprehensive public health approach to substance misuse based on prevention, treatment, enforcement, and harm reduction. The Minister of Health is aware of the concerns from Quebec and is absolutely committed to working with them on this issue. She's asked her officials to reach out to the provinces, and she will be discussing this matter further with the province. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, Quebec produces more than 60% of fine cheese in Canada. Our cheese producers will be the hardest hit by the import of some 17,000 tons of European cheese that's subsidized. Our cheese producers will have to face unprecedented competition. And our cheese producers are being abandoned by Ottawa because $25 million a year over 4 years spread amongst all of the province is an insult to the industry that we should all be so proud of. Will the minister listen to cheese producers and the government of Quebec and put forth a real aid package? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, Canada's dairy producers welcomed our announcement. The Minister and I have met with producers and processors from across the country. The program has been developed by taking into account comments from producers and processors during our consultations. It is in addition to investments in the dairy industry in order to help the current and future generations of dairy producers to be sustainable in the long term.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs. As I mentioned in my statement, the submission for the draft Nunavut Land Use Plan is fast approaching. The Minister has received a letter from the Nunavut Association of Municipalities requesting assistance to ensure all 25 communities can participate and provide effective and meaningful input into a territorial land use plan. Will the Minister commit to working with the Nunavut Association and municipalities so that all Nunavut communities are heard and their views are considered on this very important plan? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Indigenous Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member from Nunavut for his question. It is essential for Nunavummiuts' voices to be heard through the engagement process for the draft Nunavut Land Use Plan. This week, my department met with the Planning Commission and reiterated our commitment to supporting their engagement process. With respect to the specific proposal mentioned by the member, my officials have recently received the proposal and are currently reviewing it.
That will conclude question period for today. I see the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, on my third answer to the question posed by the Government House Leader on the other side, I inadvertently substituted NAFTA for TPP. The context of the question is clear. I was referring to the TPP, but I wanted to apologize to the honourable member and to this House and correct the record formally.
Sure, the House appreciates the prompt clarification. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Earlier, during question period, my eminent colleague and esteemed colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary for Finance, attempted to contradict his numbers with my numbers with his numbers. I seek the unanimous consent of this House to table the following document from the Parliamentary Budget Officer, Evaluation of the Labour Market, October 2016, and we would see on page 1 that the Parliamentary Budget Officers speaks to the fact that the number of full-time jobs in the private sector has dropped. On page 4, there has been a drop in full-time employment in this period, 2016.
I think we're alors.
Order.
Alors, monsieur.
Order.
Oui, en fait, probablement,
This seems a bit more debate, supplementary question period, if you will. It's not a point of order. Yes, the honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Does he have the unanimous consent of the House to table the document? There is no agreement for that.
Order. Alors, tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 20 petitions.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Introduction of government bills. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour today to present in both official languages the 7th report of the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities in relation to the study of Supplementary Estimates B 2016-2017. Thank you very much.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Oakville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 4th report of the Standing Committee on Health entitled Interim Report and Recommendations on the Opioid Crisis in Canada. Mr. Speaker, all committee members were deeply moved by the testimony that we heard from our witnesses, and we were seized with the urgency to bring our recommendations forward to help shape a national strategy in dealing with this crisis. While we had some disagreement with respect to the recommendations, all members worked diligently to release the report today so that we could be helping to shape the National Conference on Opioid Usage in Canada that's meeting today in Ottawa, held by the Minister of Health. Thank you.
And on the same subject, the Honourable Member for Oakville. I'm sorry, the Honourable Member.
Sorry. From Oakville and all health committee members for their hard work on this emergency study on the opioid crisis that our country is currently facing. And I think I speak for all my colleagues when I say we got through it with very few hiccups. I would, however, like to make a quick mention of the rushed process in putting the report together. It was a challenge, but again, Mr. Speaker, we got through it. My Conservative colleagues and I felt that the report does not effectively address the severity of the ongoing crisis, nor does it acknowledge the main source of these illicit drugs, which is China. We feel that the report only highlights Band-Aid solutions to manage the crisis and does not actually look at ways to facilitate prevention. And the quick, really important, the quick integration of patients into treatment programs, which we think is essential. The report also neglects to protect Canadian communities, which ultimately should be the primary responsibility of the government. So my colleagues and I strongly believe that removing consultations and safeguards is an abdication from this responsibility. That's why, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to say we're able to get our dissenting opinions in with the committee's reports, even with the one-day timeline. But again, I want to thank you and all my colleagues on committee. Merci beaucoup.
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present my first petition in the House of Commons on behalf of the men's group of the Compass Food Bank in my riding of Mississauga Lakeshore. Mr. Speaker, this group represents and is active in representing low-income Canadians, their financial concerns, challenges and hardships. Drawing on statistics from the Organization for Economic Development and noting that the majority of low-income families in Canada are supported by only a single breadwinner, the petitioners call upon Parliament to offer short-term relief measures, pathways to the middle class, as well as initiatives and programs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present petitions signed by Canadians from across Canada. The petitioners are concerned about the accessibility and impacts of violent and degrading sexually explicit material online and the impacts on public health, especially the well-being of women and girls. As such, these petitioners are calling on the House of Commons to adopt motion M47. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétitions. La députée de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, food banks across Canada presented a report saying that in March, only nearly 1 million people used a food bank for food, and a third of those people are children. They recommended that the government adopt a strategy for poverty reduction before October 1st, 2017. It's possible to respect that timeline, and that's why I'm very proud to table again today in the House a petition from many Canadians who support Bill C-245 to establish a poverty reduction strategy. By voting in favor of this bill November 30th, we will be able to respect the the timelines, and the recommendations made by those who are directly working to fight poverty on the ground. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions. The honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to take this opportunity to present a petition that was submitted to me by Ms. Judy Sumner of Valcarin in my riding of Nickel Belt. The petition calls for the House of Commons to continue undertake public consultation on electoral reform across Canada. I hereby present this to the government for a response. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to present an e-petition with thousands of signatures from my riding of Sarnia-Lambton on the subject of palliative care. Whereas the 2011 report from the Parliamentary Committee on Palliative and Compassionate Care outlined the importance of quality palliative care, and in light of the fact that upwards of 70% of Canadians do not have access to quality palliative care, the undersigned call upon the Minister of Health to ensure that Canadians have access to quality palliative care by endorsing palliative care options such as those contained within Bill C-277, which incidentally is coming to second reading next week, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Drummond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today in the House once again to present dozens of petitions. Once again, many people who are outraged that still today in Canada, GMO labeling is not required. Canadians and people in my riding have been asking for years that GMO labeling be required. I know that my colleague from Sherbrooke even tabled a bill to ensure that everyone can choose what they eat, and if they don't want to eat GMOs, for example, GMO salmon, that they be able to do that with in full knowledge. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Presenting petitions.
For Beaches East York.
Speaker, I rise today to present petition E-119. Hundreds of Canadians have called on our government to reverse unfair changes to adoption rules made by the previous administration and to ensure that children adopted outside of Canada are treated equally, regardless of whether they are granted citizenship through the direct route or naturalization process. And I want to give a special thanks to my constituents Kat Lantane and Graham Ball for their tireless advocacy on this issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today representing an amazing, vibrant part of my riding, which is my seniors community, and presenting this petition requesting Parliament to appoint a Minister for Seniors and to develop a national strategy for seniors. As well, I'm pleased to present a petition signed by Canadians from my wonderful province of Saskatchewan. They're concerned about accessibility and impact of violent and degrading sexual explicit material online and the impact on public health, especially the well-being of women and girls. As such, these petitioners are calling on the House of Commons to adopt motion M47. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions.
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. I would ask that the following questions be allowed, will be answered today, I should say. Questions 522, question 524, and question 534. And furthermore, Mr. Speaker, I would ask if the government's response to questions numbers question 520, question 521, question 523, and question 5252, question 529 could be made orders for return. They would be tabled immediately. And then finally, I guess, Mr. Speaker, if I could do it at the same time,
We'll do that a second time. We'll do the first part. And is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Is that agreed? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Then, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time.
And is that also agreed? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Government orders, government bills, Commons.
Bill C-16, an act to amend the Canadian Human Rights Act and the Criminal Code.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich, Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, I'd like the unanimous consent of the House to split my time with the member for Saskatoon West.
Does the honourable member for Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke have the unanimous consent of the House to share his time with the aforementioned honourable member? Yes? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The honourable member for Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the House. As I join this third reading debate on Bill C-16 today, I want to take this opportunity to mark the Trans Day of Remembrance, which will be taking place this Sunday, November 20th. This year marks the 17th annual Trans Day of Remembrance, which memorializes trans people who've been murdered over the past year. This year, we remember the more than 86 lives that were senselessly lost to transphobia and hate around the world and in Canada. We know that this number is only the tip of the iceberg, and that there are thousands of instances of violence perpetrated against trans people every year that go unreported or unrecorded. This Trans Day of Remembrance is not only a day to mourn, but a day for trans people, their loved ones and allies to come together and to grow our strength and resiliency on the road to ending transphobia once and for all. As people come together this Sunday across Canada and around the world, I want them to know that here in this House, we know trans people are still targets of violence and hate at undeniably troubling rates. We see the statistics about homelessness and suicide rates among trans and gender-diverse youth. We hear trans people when they say they still can't access necessary health care, and we hear trans people on the importance of being able to access appropriate identity documents. Passing Bill C-16, whether that's this afternoon or Monday, is just the start of working through the challenges that face trans and gender-diverse Canadians, but it is a vital first step. The federal government and its agencies will have to get busy making sure policies and practices respect the full and equal rights of transgender and gender-variant Canadians. I will spare the House an extended metaphor about Charlie Brown, Lucy, and the football, not only because of its rigid gender stereotypes and also because of its deeply embedded misogyny where the problems of men are always caused by women, but nevertheless, I have to use that analogy to say that the trans community is justifiably frustrated as we are now on the way to the third passage of this bill through the House of Commons. And what other group in Canadian society has had to wait while this House of Commons passes 3 times a bill which would only recognize that they are entitled to the same rights and protections as all other Canadians? Now let me repeat the story of this journey of this bill through Parliament, hopefully for one last time. This bill was first introduced by former NDP MP Bill Sixay in 2005. He reintroduced it again in 2007 and again in 2009. And on this third attempt, although it took 2 years, in the spring of 2011, on his third attempt, Bill actually saw his bill passed by the House, only to see it die in the Senate when an election was called. When I was elected, I spoke with Bill, and he asked me, on behalf of the NDP caucus, to pick up that private member's bill and to take that struggle forward into what was a Conservative majority parliament, and therefore didn't look very promising for the bill. I introduced my version of the bill on September 21st, 2011. So I stand here now more than 5 years after we began my attempts to get this bill through. The bill was passed through the House of Commons on March 20th, 2013, with the support of, I believe it was 19 members of the Conservative caucus at that time. And that came as a bit of a surprise to many Canadians. But then it went off to the Senate, and what was even more surprising, that though the Senate had more than 2 years to deal with the bill, it failed to do so before the election was called, and for a second time, a bill guaranteeing equal rights and protection to transgender and gender-variant Canadians died in the unelected Senate. And so while this proposed legislation has been languishing before our federal parliament, some progress has still been made. And again, I would say that I would like to think that the debate here in this House has helped bring forward progress elsewhere. In the meantime, 9 provinces have adopted corresponding provincial human rights legislation. I have to say, in my second reading speech, I miscounted, and it proves you should actually use notes for these things. But we've seen corresponding provincial human rights legislation first in the Northwest Territories, then in Ontario, Manitoba, and Nova Scotia in 2012, Newfoundland and PEI in 2013, Saskatchewan in 2014, Alberta in 2015, and British Columbia and Quebec this year in 2016. The issue of trans rights is not a partisan issue. Amendments to protect against discrimination on the basis of gender identity were proposed by NDP governments in Alberta, Manitoba, and Nova Scotia, a Liberal government in PEI, and Conservative governments in Saskatchewan and Newfoundland, and those amendments to their provincial human rights codes in Quebec, Ontario, and BC passed with all parties' support. Nor is progress on trans rights limited to the Canadian context. And I want to say again that we have lost a chance by our delays here in this House to be a leader around the world. And now more than 18 countries have passed Canada up with explicit protections of the kind that are proposed in Bill 616. And the list is surprising in its diversity. These are not just Western European countries or North American countries. In fact, they reflect all cultures around the world. Argentina has in fact been the world leader in protection of the rights of transgender citizens and continues to be so. But the list also includes Uruguay, Bolivia, Spain, France, Ireland, Estonia, Croatia, Montenegro, Albania, Israel, Cyprus, Nepal, Australia, and New Zealand, among others. In the United States, 16 states plus the District of Columbia provide explicit protections for transgender residents. And there are some good signs amidst the gloom in the United States. The North Carolina Governor Pat McCrory, who had brought forward a bill to explicitly allow discrimination against the LGBT community, was defeated in those elections, and largely over what was called House Bill 2, which would have really gone against the American tradition of acceptance, toleration, and liberty by promoting discrimination against North Carolinians. Now, there is still some gloom. The President-elect Trump has promised to rescind Executive Order 13672, which President Obama put forward in 2014, which protected transgender and gender-variant Americans against workplace discrimination. And at the time, very interestingly, at the time Obama pointed out that he felt the U.S. government was lagging behind business in the United States, as almost all the Fortune 500 U.S. companies, the biggest 500 companies in the U.S., already had internal policies protecting transgender people against discrimination. And I have said before in speeches here that certain businesses in federal jurisdiction, in particular the TD Bank, has set an example of how to deal with employees as they go through the transition. And the Canadian Labour Congress has produced guides for transition in the workplace that it's made available to all its union members across the country. So again, others have moved forward faster than we have here in this Parliament. In fact, today we're here 11 years after the first introduction of this bill, nearly 5 years after it first passed, and coming up on 3 years since it passed in the previous Parliament. But some things have changed, and we now, in the recorded vote at second reading, saw nearly half of the Conservative caucus join the Liberals and New Democrats in supporting this bill. And what has really changed? I would say the most important change here is that it has become a nonpartisan issue. And that's due to the work of transgender and gender-varied activists who have been very vigilant about contacting their members of Parliament and talking to them about their stories and why they need the support of their members of Parliament to make sure that their rights and dignity are respected in this country. Far too many of these stories are indeed tragic, and I think I could spend a long time recounting those, but time is, of course, short today. I will just point out the study by EGAL, published in 2011, called Every Class in Every School, to show the very severe impacts of transphobia on students in this country, where 90% of trans students reported hearing daily or weekly transphobic comments, and where 78% reported feeling unsafe at school. No, this bill doesn't directly affect schools as they fall under provincial jurisdiction, but it tells us the size of the problem we face in combating transphobia in this country. This is the last remaining gap in Canadian human rights legislation, and I do look forward to being filled by judicious and expeditious action by the new Senate. What the transgender and gender-variant community in this country is asking for are equal rights and dignity, the same rights and dignity that all other Canadians enjoy, nothing more, nothing less. I look forward to the passage of C-16 today or Monday, as I said, and I'm hoping the Liberal government can ensure swift passage through the Senate. As I mentioned, what other group has had to wait over a decade while the House of Commons passes legislation to affirm their rights 3 times? If this is not the time to guarantee equality for all Canadians, then when would that time be? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his speech. It's troubling to know that it's taken so long to bring this matter through the House. It comes coincidentally with something that an old friend of ours from Fleetwood Port Kells, Bob Abraham, shared this morning. This quote: "This world of ours must avoid becoming a community of dreadful fear and hate, and be instead a proud confederation of mutual trust and respect." That quote comes from Dwight David Eisenhower, President of the United States, a Republican. And I wonder if my friend can comment and reflect on the leadership role that may be thrust upon this place in this country to protect the rights of people of every minority, of every vulnerable community.
Honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Well, I thank the member for his question, although I'm not in the habit of commenting on Republicans or what's happening in the United States. I think we often focus on the negative things that happen to transgender people, but I'd like to take just a moment, if I may, to point out on November 9th, the University of Victoria awarded an honorary doctorate of engineering to Lynn Conway, whose computer science and engineering work in computer architecture were fundamental at IBM in its early years, where she worked until she was fired during her transition. And she successfully reemerged as a very prominent professor, researcher, and innovator at MIT and later the University of Michigan. So it's really the trans community that provides leadership on these things, and I appreciate the chance to take a moment to emphasize one of the big successes, that is the new Doctor of Engineering, Lynn Conway.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. La député de Laurier-Saint.
The honourable member for Laurier-Saint Marie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, like my colleague, I'm delighted that this bill has been tabled so that finally transgendered and non-binary people can enjoy the same rights and the same protections as all Canadians. That's the very least we can do. I think all NDPers will be delighted, because this is basically a carbon copy of a bill that we introduced a long time ago. We've been working on this issue for a long time, and we hope this time it'll work because it's necessary. This is an important debate, an important step. That doesn't mean it's going to solve all problems. There will still be challenges for the LGBTQ communities. But I'd like to ask my colleague, I don't want to put the cart before the horse, but what does my colleague see as the challenges ahead that we will have to tackle? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I thank the honourable member for her question and for her work in her riding on behalf of the LGBTQ community, and also here in the House for her constant support. Many of the social problems of discrimination in housing and employment fall under provincial jurisdiction, but there's some very fundamental things that are in the hands of the federal government. And one of those is access to passports and identity documents that will help transgender people travel, be employed, and will help them in all facets of their daily life. A second one, which is a particular concern of mine, which I raised in the House in 2012, and unfortunately in committee, where we were laughed at for raising this concern, and that is the concern of the emphasis on gender in the airport screening, which has nothing to do with security, but often causes humiliation and embarrassment to transgender people who are not currently in possession of documents which match their gender identity. And a third, which is very important, which I've also worked on for a long time, is federal corrections, and in making sure that inmates are assigned to the proper correctional facility, because if they are not assigned to the proper correctional facility, they face great danger of violence. And this also applies to those under immigration detention, which are quite often not in federal facilities, but face the same kinds of problems if they're placed in the wrong institution.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you,
Today I rise before you to speak on an issue that is close to my heart. It is an issue that my colleague, the member for Esquimalt-Saniksuk, has fiercely dedicated himself to over the years, of which we have just heard the long struggle and the fight he had. I am humbled to share my time with him today, and I do want to formally thank him for fighting to include explicit protections for gender identity and gender expression in the Canadian Human Rights Act. I also want to add my tributes to the groundbreaking work of former parliamentarians Sven Robinson, Bill Siksay, and Craig Scott, all of whom were instrumental in bringing us closer to the inclusive society we want to create. As the Deputy Critic for LGBTQ issues, I do want to acknowledge the work the government has done to bring this file forward, and I applaud them for taking this first critical step forward with the introduction of Bill C-16. Let me begin by reminding the House, as my colleague had, that this legislation should come as no surprise. Identical legislation has been presented numerous times to the House over the last 5 years, most recently in 2015, when the bill was left to die on the Senate's order paper at the time the election was called. This bill has been studied, it's been reviewed, and most importantly, it has been accepted by elected members of the last Parliament. Now Bill C-16 presents an opportunity for this government, this Parliament, to show leadership at a time when our country and our global community needs it the most. We know that existing provincial patchwork legislation is not sufficient. We know that only 7 of the 13 provinces and territories currently protect against discrimination based on gender expression and identity in their Human Rights Code. Canadians deserve swift federal action to provide leadership and to ensure protection in federal law against discrimination. Earlier this year, people from around the world witnessed the heartbreaking and gruesome events in Orlando. Words cannot convey how needless this tragedy was. The recent election in the United States, sadly, has given all of us even more reason to fear for our safety and our rights. May it serve as a heavy reminder that our global community remains unsafe for people who identify as LGBT or Q, and may we redouble our efforts to end bigotry and hatred. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Canada has an opportunity to show leadership within the international community. I suggest that we remember our responsibility as a signatory state to the UN Declaration on Sexual Orientation and Gender Identity. Let's affirm our commitment to these obligations and secure equal rights for trans and gendered variant Canadians by adding gender identity and expression as prohibited grounds for discrimination under the Canada Human Rights Act. As our country strives to be more inclusive, I will reflect momentarily upon the past, which unfortunately is riddled with instances of discrimination and violence towards the LGBTQ community, but thankfully is also full of tales of hope and resistance. Not so long ago, on February 5, 1981, more than 250 gay men were arrested in Toronto for visiting bathhouses. Many of those arrested in Operation SOAP were publicly humiliated and faced lifelong repercussions as a result of this assault. I urge that we do not forget these dark moments in our history as we forge our way forward to a future that is more fair and just for all Canadians. In my riding and the surrounding area, Mr. Speaker, we have a strong record of organization and activism around LGBTQ issues. From the Saskatoon Gay Liberation led by Jens Hellquist in the 1970s, to Gay and Lesbian Health Services started in 1991, which continues its important work today as Out Saskatoon, to the annual Breaking the Silence Conference, now in its 20th year, organized by education professor Don Cochran at the University of Saskatchewan. In 1999, Mount Royal Collegiate, a high school in my riding, was the first high school in the province to have a Gay-Straight Alliance for Students, spearheaded by teacher Patty Rowley. And in June of this year, Beardy's Okemesas First Nation held the first ever Two-Spirit Pride Parade and Festival on a First Nation in Saskatchewan. We are lucky to have a robust history of community activism and work. This activism has pushed governments to recognize the rights of the LGBTQ community and has, in many cases, provided essential services to those who need it most. But organizations and community activists alone cannot ensure that the rights of the LGBTQ community are respected. We need federal protections that explicitly prohibit discrimination on the basis of gender expression and identity. We need Bill C-16. When the Justice Minister introduced this bill, she noted, and I quote, that all Canadians should be safe to be themselves. And I don't believe any one of us would disagree with that. But the hard truth of the matter is that not all people in Canada are safe to be themselves. Systemic discrimination towards the LGBTQ community persists across Canada, and perhaps most notably in our schools. LGBTQ students are 3 times more likely than heterosexual students to be bullied. Roughly 74% of trans students report having been verbally harassed about their perceived gender identity or sexual orientation, and nearly 40% of trans students report having been physically assaulted. The bravery displayed by our young people who report physical and verbal assault after it happens is truly remarkable. But of course, I am heartbroken, as many are, and utterly dismayed by the fact that over 7 out of 10 trans students are being harassed because of who they are. Mr. Speaker, it's not just young trans Canadians who desperately need a more compassionate Canadian society. Trans and gender-variant Canadians of all ages face unique barriers. Many Canadians are unable to secure identification that correctly reflects their gender identity, which in turn imposes severe restrictions on their mobility and limits access to essential services. Those who identify as trans or gender variant face a real struggle to earn a decent standard of living. They are discriminated against in the workplace and are often unemployed or underemployed. We cannot stand idly by while such discrimination takes place in the workplace. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, we need safe, gender-neutral spaces, including public washrooms. For Canadians who identify as trans or gender variant, this challenge can be at best a nightmare or at worst life-threatening. It's unacceptable that so many Canadians face these challenges each and every day. We must do better, and we can start by extending trans and gender variant Canadians the same rights and protections that all Canadians enjoy under Canada's Human Rights Act. We have so much work to do in order to achieve the inclusive Canada we all envision, Mr. Speaker. But we have an exciting opportunity before us to make the lives of trans and gender variant Canadians better by supporting Bill C-16. This bill is an important and critical step forward on a long, slow, but steady march forward in the struggle to enshrine in law equality for all. Next week, communities, starting on Sunday, communities all over Canada and around the world will pause on November 20th to observe the Transgender Day of Remembrance. On that day, we will remember and honor those who have died due to transphobia. Let us not just remember, let us not just honor, but let us act. I urge the government to act, to pass this long due legislation without delay. I urge all members of this House to support Bill C-16 to ensure the protection of human rights for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Saskatoon West for the work that she's done in this House on LGBTQ issues and for her support today for Bill C-16. Earlier, in one of the questions on this bill, the member for Churchill-Kiewatnikoski raised the question of two-spirited Canadians. And I want to talk about or mention a conference taking place in my riding on the 25th and 26th at the Victoria Native Friendships Centre called Two Spirits, One Heart, One Mind, One Nation. It's a BC Aboriginal Youth Conference. And what I've heard many times, and what I'm asking the member is if she has heard the same thing, is that some of the most discriminated against people are in fact transgender Aboriginal Canadians, and quite often they have the worst employment situation, the worst housing situation, and the worst alternatives facing them.
Or Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for giving me the opportunity to speak momentarily on the issue of both racism, sexism, and transphobia, and how those barriers and those issues in the community intersect, so that we do find, particularly in my community and in Saskatchewan, where young people are not only faced with the racism of being First Nations, but are also dealing with the many barriers and significant violence and discrimination faced because they are young Aboriginal people and are transgendered. I was very proud of Beardies and Okimesas to stand up for that First Nation, for two-spirited people in Saskatchewan and across Canada to have a pride parade, to raise the flag, to have a celebration, and to tell all people that they are welcome on that First Nation. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for an excellent speech. I noted in this speech the discussion of some of the discrimination that's facing transgender people, and I had the privilege of being with a member on the Pay Equity Committee, but we focused mainly on the wage gap between women and men and not necessarily between transgender people that really are suffering from precarious work and discrimination against them in the workplace. And I wondered if there was anything that the member would suggest to this government could be done on that pay equity same path.
Well, Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague in the House and my colleague on the Pay Equity Committee to reminding me of some of the broader issues that we talked about on the Pay Equity Committee, but the scope was very focused. And that was our ability to start to look at the intersection of sexism and, in this case, transphobia on a wage gap between transgendered people and non-transgendered people. And I think most of the committee members agree that that is the next step, that as we look at pay equity for women, we will start to open up and start to look at the broader issues of when sexism, racism, homophobia and transphobia start to intersect, and the real way that that impacts people's lives, including their ability to make a good quality of life and a good standard of living. Thank you.
We have time for one short question and answer. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the excellent speech. My colleague from Esquimalt-Juan-de-Fuca had in the past had a similar bill adopted, but it didn't go through the Senate. It wasn't even debated at the Senate. So the question I have for my colleague is she concerned with the situation that may happen in the situation with this bill? Is she reassured by the comments that she's heard to this point from the government?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I guess given the track record of this bill, one has to not take anything for granted. I think most of us are empowered to feel that surely in this day and age the Senate will move forward and will not look back at this House and not follow through on what I hope is a passing, finally, of Bill C-16. But you know, you do wonder when a bill like this has gone through this House so many times and has not been passed by the Senate. And I guess my hope would be that finally the day will come and we will see equal rights, human rights for all Canadians. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honour today
to be able to speak in support of Bill C-16, and particularly because today we are on the eve of the Transgender Day of Remembrance, which is on Sunday, November 20th. It's a day that gives us a chance to remember and to reflect upon the discrimination that has been suffered, that continues to be suffered in our country by transgender community, but also to give strength and to think about where we go forward. And today, my heart has been warmed to hear the debate in a very nonpartisan nature. We have exchanged ideas, and that helps us to pave the way forward as we look at a bill such as C-16. Since I've taken my seat in this place, I've taken a lot of time to think about what it is that I treasure about our country, what are Canadian values. And to me, it's being a safe and welcoming place and celebrating our diversity. And the two are interconnected, because we cannot celebrate our diversity if we're not a safe and welcoming place. This bill helps us to become a more safe and welcoming place. I grew up in the 1970s, there was a record, we had records, it was very popular at the time, called Free to Be You and Me. It was something that had poems and said, don't dress your cat in an apron just because he's learning how to bake, all sorts of other songs and poems. What the theme was, what the lesson was for all of us, was that we all had to have the opportunity to grow up being true to ourselves and who we were, and that no one should be defining us. And that is something that as a parent today I take very seriously, that I want my children, all of our children, people growing up in this country to know that they have that freedom, that they should be comfortable and safe in being true to who they are. It goes to principles, and I was looking, an organization called Gender Spectrum states that a person's gender identity is one's innermost core concept of self, which can include male, female, a blend of both or neither, and many more, and how individuals perceive themselves and what they call themselves. And that's what we're talking about today. Bill C-16 creates a protection for gender identity and gender expression that helps pave the way. One part is the Human Rights Act will be amended to prohibit as a ground of discrimination, gender identity and gender expression. We've had some discussion about that today, and it's already been pointed out. This is not the first time that this type of protection is being added into Human Rights Code. In fact, across our country, most of our provinces and territories have already adopted such protections. So we're catching up. We're catching up here federally, and it's an important step that we must be taking. Discrimination is still an issue, and it is something that this legislation is needed to address. I was looking, Trans Equality Canada provided some statistics. The unemployment rate in Ontario for transgender people is 3 times what the national average is for people who are not transgender. Nationwide, there was a survey of transgender youth. 3/4 of transgender youth faced verbal harassment in school, and 37% had faced physical violence. So if we want to be that safe and welcoming place that I believe our country is and should be, then we need to step up and provide these protections. The bill also makes amendments to the criminal code. It expands the criminal code prohibition against hate propaganda to include protections based on gender identity and gender expression. It also requires sentencing judges to consider whether an offense was motivated by bias, prejudice, or hate based on gender identity or gender expression. These amendments to the Human Rights Act and the Criminal Code are particularly important, as I've said, as we lead into Transgender Day of Remembrance, and we take stock and we reaffirm our commitment to ensure that this does not happen, that this does not continue to happen. Transgender Europe is a European advocacy group, and they monitor violence against transgender communities and gender diverse communities worldwide. From October 1st, 2015 to September 30th, 2016, they recorded 295 murders. That is a tremendous number, and it's only what was reported and recorded. These are individuals and who deserve our protections. C-16 is a first step in that direction. It's a first step federally for us to be providing further protections. But I want to take a step back and acknowledge that it's not just legislation that's going to get us there. And it's been mentioned in this place before. We're going to have to look at how we as a society be safe and welcoming. It's not just a matter of legislation, but it's a first step. I do, though, want to acknowledge the work that's being done on the ground by so many people. And I would like to begin by acknowledging the work that has been done by the member of Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke on this issue for such a long time. It's important that we have advocates and people who stand up and make sure that we keep working on issues. In my own community, we have the Triangle program. It is Canada's only LGBTQ2 high school. It's celebrated its 20th anniversary this year, which is really quite an amazing thing. And I want to call out that there is a member of my community, John Campy, who helped set that up, who helped create that high school, and it is a safe and welcoming place. There are individuals in my community who I see working so hard. One of them is Susan Gapka, and while I am not allowed to, I would never call out that someone might be watching or observing a debate, I am sure that Susan Gapka is watching closely as we continue with this debate today. And also Rachel Lauren Clark, two individuals who I have seen in our community working fiercely to advance these issues. In my community, we also have MCC Toronto. It's Metropolitan Community Church works so hard, again, to find another place and to build a safe place within a faith community. We've talked about faith. This is an important place where within a faith community, we are creating safe places. And there's a Trans Resource Education and Advocacy team. I love that the acronym is TREAT, that creates an education network and an advocacy network for gender diverse people and allies. On Canada Day this year, I had the opportunity to go to the Trans Fair and see so many people who are taking on these roles. I've named some here today, but there are so many people who are working so hard in our communities, and they need to be called out and honored, because that is how we're going to make progress beyond just having a bill, which is a first step, but we will need more. We have a poet laureate for the Parliament, and I asked our poet laureate, George Eliot Clark, if he could write a poem to do with C-16 and with transgender and gender diverse communities. And he wrote quite a beautiful poem that really captures, I believe, a lot of what we are talking about today. Il faut dire qu'il y a traduction par Robert.
And I must say that there is a translation that is also very well done. But I will read it in English today.
Eliot Clark states, "Now, you and me and he and she and they are pronouns defining humanity, but they're not, really not definitive. For how we lean determines how we live. Note that he is within she and that she includes he. Fluid is identity. Male is partly female because female carries male. To wit, gender's not a jail. So to be transgender is to be free, to be one's entire personality, a chosen body unfrozen from fear, liberated from custom, free to dare, to wear what fits, not what suits restrictions, and to be facts, not plausible fictions. Transgender's transgressive because it frees, masculine and feminine as they please." I would like to thank our poet laureate for that lovely poem that really summarizes a sentiment that I believe underscores C-16 and why we need to move forward with this legislation. So I would like to thank you, Mr. Speaker. It has been an honor to speak today in support of this bill, and I am hoping that we can stand up as a House and support this very important step. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for standing up and sharing wise words and support for a very important bill. which will grant human rights to all Canadians. And today, of course, we're talking about making sure that transgendered and gender variant Canadians receive the equal protection that all Canadians. I'm wondering if you might want to sort of comment on the long road it's taken to get Bill C-16 here, why it's important at this time that the federal government take leadership, and just share with us how speedy we can see that this will come forward and we will make a difference in people's lives.
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, and I would like to thank my colleague for her question. Some of it is spoken just by when we look at numbers. C-16 is a very early number in our legislation. Our federal government, has actually made a priority of tabling this bill very early on in the first session that we were here in Parliament. And my colleague is absolutely correct. It has taken a very long time to get to where we are now. But we are here. Our government has tabled this bill. I have heard very hopeful comments across the way, and I am seeing some, and we saw in the vote at second reading, very hopeful signs that we can push this forward. I know that I will advocate for it, and I am hoping that I can depend on my colleague as well to do the same thing. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her dedication to the issue and her speech, and in fact a lot of the members that have spoken on this issue. And I understand that there is a special advisor that has been appointed, and I'm just wondering if the member can just lay out some of the initiatives that will be undertaken with the work of the special advisor.
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Well, so as my colleague has mentioned, the Parliamentary Secretary for Canadian Heritage is now a special advisor on LGBTQ2 issues, and that's a really important signal and opportunity as to having someone who is going to be an outreach and point person to help this government make sure that we keep to what we have promised to do, which is to create, like I said, a safe and welcoming country and a place where we take into account diverse perspectives when we're doing things. I'm always a very strong advocate for gender-based analysis. That's something that I like to see and try and make sure in everything that I do in this place that we are applying. And in all of the ways that we can bring in different perspectives, and that's what I'm hoping we will be seeing with our special advisor, is someone who can make sure that that voice is not lost as we continue with our debate. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for her speech. And I know that with the number of cases of discrimination and hate crimes that exist, that we're likely to see, now that the legislation will pass, more activity there. And I wondered if the member could comment on what additional resources or actions we need to take to make sure we can handle that caseload.
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
At this point, what we are doing is we are setting a framework, a legislative framework within our Human Rights Act to ensure that we have the right protections there within our criminal code at the sentencing stage to take into account bias and aggravating factors, and to prevent the propagation of hate propaganda. And those are the steps that we need to take to ensure that we lay the groundwork. And then it's going to take us as a community also stepping up and making sure that we point out to everyone in our communities that this kind of discrimination is not acceptable, not appropriate. There is going to be another piece that fits in within this beyond the legislation if we're going to actually see action taken.
Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will focus my comments not on the content of this bill, C-16, but rather on what I believe is deeply flawed, undemocratic process. that has returned this bill from the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights to Parliament without hearing from any independent witnesses. Mr. Speaker, I'm supportive of any initiatives that help protect persons from hate speech. I also absolutely agree that there can be no tolerance for bullying or violence of any kind for any reason. Parliamentarians and all Canadians have a responsibility to do their part to confront bullying, hate speech, and violence. My concern is that dissent of any kind will be construed as hate speech and could subsequently lead to human rights tribunal hearings or, worse yet, criminal charges being laid. I'm concerned that this bill will cause fear for many Canadians, fear that they will not be able to even discuss public policy issues such as this one because they disagree with this government's imposed agenda. I believe this government and the Minister of Justice directly owes Canadians a clear answer to the following question. What will the impact of implementing Bill C-16 be on what immigrant groups and faith groups who may be at odds with gender fluidity concepts? Will they have the freedom to teach their children and practice their beliefs without being accused of hate speech or being accused of human rights violations? Yes or no? Any law that limits legitimate discussion and debate of closely held beliefs presents a danger to freedom of expression, a fundamental value held dear by people across the political spectrum. The right to disagree is sacred to freedom in our society. It is the lifeblood of both new ideas and age-old protections. The United Nations Declaration of Human Rights, Article 18, 1948, states, "Everyone has the right to freedom of thought, conscience, and religion. This right includes freedom to change his religion or belief, and freedom either in community with others and in public or private to manifest his religious or belief in teaching, practice, worship, and observance." For myself and millions of other Canadians who acknowledge the supremacy of God, as the first words of our Charter affirm, there is the reality that our faith journey is the foundation of our worldview. Freedom of religion is a fundamental right, and so it is of paramount importance that Bill C-16 does not infringe upon that fundamental freedom. Today we are debating at third reading a bill that proposes some very fundamental changes to definitions and principles of society. The imposition of a fundamental value system change of this magnitude must be given complete due process here in Parliament. Mr. Speaker, this government promised transparency, openness, and accountability. They assured Canadians that things would be done differently. All members of this House are aware that the normal course of action for a bill that passes on second reading is to send it to the corresponding committee for study, calling of witnesses for input on the content of the bill, with the potential for changes or amendments to be made before it comes back for third reading and a final vote by Parliament. Yet here we are, asked to vote on a very substantive bill without the benefit of committee discussion notes or the transcription of witness input to inform our decision. Government has chosen to shortcut the democratic process, a different approach for sure, but not what Canadians should expect or have to tolerate from their government. This is a total disrespect of due process. Those who may see this issue differently are simply being shut out of the debate. Of all the places that should encourage dialogue and debate, certainly Parliament should be at the forefront. Yet here we are choosing not to have an honest debate for fear that we might somehow upset the politically correct apple cart. We have unfortunately already witnessed this chill on free speech at the University of Toronto, as Professor Jordan Peterson is under constant attack for his refusal to use gender-neutral pronouns. Medical experts have lost their jobs, not because of scientific knowledge or experience, but because their views are out of step with current thinking. As Irene Ogrizik of Montreal wrote, "If Canadians who believe that gender exists on a spectrum are free to choose their words and their reality, Jordan Peterson, as someone who interacts with them, has a right to choose his words and reality too, however objectionable that concept of equality might seem." She goes on to say, allowing one group to use freighted words like homophobe or racist or rapist to tarnish an individual's reputation without proof violates a principle of fairness that some of us hold very dear. If hate speech is to be expanded in our criminal codes, and in Canada that seems inevitable, I suggest we include the egregious misuse of these accusations too, If we are to take the idea of diversity seriously, we can do no less for those who are falsely maligned." End quote. So I ask again, will parents continue to have their right to teach their children in accordance with their deeply held faith beliefs? Or will they be subjected to accusations of hate speech for simply living out tried and true principles which are informed by their belief in the supremacy of God, again, let me point out, as affirmed by our Charter of Rights and Freedoms? Will faith leaders who teach their congregations to follow the principles clearly laid out in God's Word, will they also be subjected to accusations of hate speech? Or will they be free to continue to practice with freedom as the UN Declaration of Human Rights declares? I now echo the Right Honourable John Diefenbaker, whose view of Canadian freedoms expresses what we should all hold dear. I am a Canadian, a free Canadian, free to speak without fear, free to worship in my own way, free to stand for what I think is right, and free to oppose what I believe wrong, free to choose those who shall govern my country. This heritage of freedom I pledge to uphold for myself and all mankind. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I move, seconded by the member for Sarnia-Lambton, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word "that" and substituting the following: Bill C-16, an act to amend the Canadian Human Rights Act and the Criminal Code, be now read a third time, but be not now read a third time, but be referred back to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights for the purpose of reconsidering all of its clauses with the view to hearing from witnesses in relation to the impact of the bill on freedom of expression. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The amendment is admissible. Ms. Wagenthal, seconded by Ms. Gladue, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word "that" and substituting the following: Bill C-16, an act to amend the Canadian Human Rights Act and the Criminal Code, be not now read a third time, but be referred back to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights for the purpose of reconsidering all of its clauses with the view to hearing from witnesses in relation to the impact of the bill on freedom of expression. Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker. And I'm a little bit surprised that the member had chosen to introduce an amendment. I know there's been a fairly wide expectation that the legislation, having gone through committee, has set in a certain amount of expectation that we would hopefully be able to see the bill pass in a timely fashion. Over the years, there's been a great deal of effort by a wide spectrum of stakeholders, people very passionate about it. It's been debated extensively inside the chamber. And my question to the member is, does she feel that her amendment will ultimately do well in terms of just trying to advance what has been a very strong issue, a very passionate issue inside this chamber for a good period of time, as many people seem to want, including the government of the day, to have the legislation ultimately passed?
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question. This House deals with a lot of very passionate issues that required, even in this House in the last few months, an awful lot of conversation in this House and also at the committee level. And so my concerns, I hope I've made very clear, are not in regards to the rights of the individuals that are being presented as the root cause of this bill. My concern is that we hear, and it's made very clear within this House and through committee with witnesses, that the rights of all individuals in Canada to have freedom of expression, quite honestly, to have a bias of opinion because we differ, to have that opportunity and to not be facing any kinds of criminal accusations because of expressing that freedom. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And of course, I'm very disappointed to see this amendment come forward at this late date. In committee, of course, only one person voted against the bill, so it was, again, not a partisan manner. And we had a long discussion about the fact that there had been 3 sets of public hearings on the Hill on this bill, and that those transcripts are available to all members. On the question that she specifically puts in the amendment, it seems passing strange to me that her amendment doesn't include removing religious freedom from protections against discrimination or gender or race, because the argument she's making could be made exactly in the same manner, that we can't have those in the Human Rights Code because people might not be able to believe things about race or might not be able to believe things about relations between men and women. Obviously, it has not had those impacts. It has not affected free speech of those groups. And how is, in fact, the question of transgender and gender variant rights any different than the other rights which are already in the Canadian Human Rights Commission and in the protected section of the Criminal Code?
Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do thank the member for his question. I know that this is disappointing to him and many others in this House at this point, but I feel it's my responsibility. Quite honestly, the member from Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke, and I were at an event where the Minister of Immigration presented what was happening with the movement of Syrian refugees to Canada. And I was pleased to support him when he stood up and asked the question. There will be a gay community we know coming over as refugees to Canada. How can we as the gay community here know who they are and be available to them to help them to settle and assimilate in Canada? And the minister responded that he didn't know exactly who they were or when they would come, but they would certainly make sure that they had that opportunity, which I applaud. And then I got up and asked the question of the minister, could he clarify for me who the Christians were that would be coming over as part of that Syrian refugee group so that the Christian community in Canada could do the same? To which he replied, well, I would hope that all Christians in Canada would be accepting of all refugees coming to Canada regardless of their faith. To which I replied, absolutely, of course. Look at our record in Canada of being there for refugees of any faith, background, whatever. But I said, that's not my question. My question is, can we identify those people? At which point it was made clear that over the course of time that ethnic and religious minorities were not the priority of this government. I had a wonderful conversation with the member afterwards, thanking me for supporting the gay community coming to Canada. I said, you know what, no one should die or be inflicted in any way for their beliefs or their perspectives. He said they had to set up separate camps for them because they were being attacked and killed. I made the comment that Christians were not even making it across the water. They were being thrown off the boat before they got there. To which he replied, I don't want to argue. To which I also replied, neither do I. All I want is fairness. And that's what I'm asking for with this amendment, with this motion.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire? The honourable member for Churchill-Kiwatanuk-Aski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And while there's no question that as parliamentarians we value a healthy debate, what we must also be very clear about is the attempt that we're seeing here to truly stand in the way of a minority community in Canada that has experienced some of the highest levels of violence because of who they are. Mr. Speaker, it is 2016, and as my colleague from Saanich, Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke has explained, this is the only community that has had to come, whose issues have had to come forward 3 times, whose voices have had to come forward 3 times to be able to change legislation to protect their fundamental human rights, the human right to safety and security. So, Mr. Speaker, when I hear, attempts to, as we've seen today, to block this community from achieving the protection that we all deserve and that we all have, it truly saddens me in terms of the state of certainly Parliament and the way we perceive our work in this place.
Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The essence of what I'm saying here is being lost on the member, because at this point it is not about what they are looking for. It is about a balance and a confidence across Canada that everyone's rights are going to continue to be protected. And I know my fellow member in the House from my own side of the floor, when speaking about the protection of parents to have the right to determine to teach their children, to be in the public square, to share that in whatever circumstances. She said, I don't think that will happen. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. That's not solid enough for me. I want to know that this House supports the rights and freedoms of religious belief as strongly as ever, and I want to see it in witnesses and this issue being dealt with properly within the House.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I want to be clear that as I've said earlier today in the House, I am actually in support of C-16, but what I'm not in support of is due process not being followed. There's an example here where they can say, well, the committee, took their majority and basically decided to proceed. This is not the first time. That was done also on the national anthem, and I am against not following due process. And so that's my issue with respect to this amendment, and I wonder if the member could comment.
Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. Thank you for bringing that back home, because that is truly my concern as well, that we have a responsibility here. I understand that this has been discussed for a long time. There are a lot of issues before this House that have been discussed for a very long time. I have a responsibility within this House and to my constituents as well, that we follow due process and that we have on the record the things that should be on the record. And again, like I said, that we have the opportunity to do that is why I put forward this motion.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. We have time just for one more short question and response. Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Ms. Wilson-Raybould, seconded by Mr. Sohi, moved that Bill C-16, an act to amend the Canadian Human Rights Act and the Criminal Code, be now read a third time and do pass. Ms. Wagenthal, seconded by Ms. Gladue, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all of the words after the word that and substituting the following. Shall I dispense? The question is on the amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment? No. All those in favour of the amendment will please say yea. Yea. All those opposed will please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Sure. I declare, in my opinion, the nays have it. I declare the amendment defeated. Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. This is on the main motion. Resuming debate. Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Ms. Wilson-Raybould, seconded by Mr. Sohi, moved that Bill C-16, an act to amend the Canadian Human Rights Act and the Criminal Code, be now read a third time and do pass. Is
it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Yes? Yes. Carried. I see the Honourable Government Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure if you were to canvass the House, you would find the will to see the clock at 1:30 at this time so we can begin private members' hour.
Is it the will of the House to see the clock at 1:30? Yes. Agreed and so ordered. It being 1:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, consideration of motion M64, Italian Heritage Month.
Ms. Schultz, seconded by Mr. Sorbera, moves that in the opinion of the House, that
in the opinion of the House, the government should recognize the contributions that Italian Canadians have made to Canadian society, the richness of the Italian language and culture, and the importance of educating and reflecting upon Italian heritage for future generations by declaring June every year Italian Heritage Month. Debate.
Débat. The Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Thank you. Signor Presidente, oggi è un grande giornata. Today is a great day. Today I have the pleasure of rising in the House to introduce my private member's motion, M64, a motion to designate June as a National Italian Heritage Month. I always forget to take the piece out of my ear. Sorry about that. I'm delighted to have the support of my Liberal Italian caucus colleagues who have worked with me on this and are seconding the motion. I want to thank those that are in the House with me today to show their support and to share their stories today. I also want to thank those in the community that brought this initiative to our attention, one of them being in the House today, my former colleague Marilyn Iafredi from Vaughan Council. And I'd like to inform the House that I also have the support. I just have a letter that just came in today from the National Congress of Italian Canadians and the National Federation of Canadian Italian Business and Professional Associations, the CIBPA, and the Order Sons of Italy of Canada, the OSIC, wholeheartedly expressed their support for my motion. The Canadian Ethno-Cultural Council, the CEC, the only not-for-profit, nonpartisan national coalition of ethno-cultural organizations, of which the NCIC is a proud member, whose objectives, inter alia, are to engage ethno-cultural communities to foster harmony and acceptance of our diversity and multiculturalism, which is one of the cornerstones of our great country. They also ardently support my motion. This motion is meant to designate the month of June as National Italian Heritage Month in recognition of the contributions that Italian Canadians have made to Canadian society. It provides a designated month to celebrate the richness of the Italian language and culture and the importance of educating and reflecting upon Italian heritage for future generations. You may ask, why June? Why would it be the selected month for the motion? Well, Italy celebrates its National Day on June the 2nd, and the province of Ontario in 2010 passed Bill 103, an act to proclaim June as Italian Heritage Month. So it is appropriate that June be the designated month. Mr. Speaker, some may ask, why am I, a non-Italian, bringing this motion forward? I'm very proud to represent the second largest percentage of Italian Canadians in any riding in Canada, and I was lucky to draw an early placement in my private member's bill order, which provided me the opportunity to recognize the important contributions of Italian Canadians through this motion, and hopefully in time for June 2017, which is Canada's 150th anniversary. The Italian community is very active in my riding and has shown me significant support over many years, and I know how important this motion is to them. I was proud to serve them as a regional councillor and now as an MP. However, this is not just a motion for Italian Canadians in my riding, but for Italian Canadians from coast to coast to coast. This is also a motion for all Canadians as we celebrate our multiculturalism. Here in Canada, we seem to have gotten it right, and this is in no small measure because of the work of our immigrant communities, sharing their cultures and traditions, working to support not only their own communities, but all Canadians as we work toward building a better country. Italian Canadians have contributed greatly over the past century to growing this country. When they came to Canada, they faced many hardships. However, they brought with them a rich cultural heritage, a dedication to family, and a strong work ethic that has helped many to succeed. They've become community leaders, successful business entrepreneurs, and builders of our country. It is clear, witnessing the growth in the City of Vaughan and much of York Region, you can see the hand of the Italian community at work. Each different region in Italy is known for their trades and their skills that they brought to this country, and they have applied those widely across the country. This country offered them opportunity, but it was their skills and ambition and work ethic that made them very successful. Italians are also known for their wine, prosciutto, parmigiano, marinara sauce, and who can forget the pizza, and all those other wonderful food creations that I am so happy to enjoy in my community. Of course, there's that iconic Italian style with Armani and Gucci, and many other designers of clothes, cars, furniture, actually anything you think of, they've tried their hand at and given it that unique twist of Italian style. We can think of Danny Iannuzzi, the great journalist and founder of Corriere Canadese, Johnny Lombardi, an incredible pioneer in broadcasting, and Guy Lombardo in the music world. We have Frank Arcobucci, a Supreme Court Justice, and Laura Sabia, a leading activist in the women's movement. Both were Order of Canada recipients. I'm sure you can bring to mind many others without having to think too hard, as there have been successful and influential Italian Canadians in all aspects of Canadian life. Mr. Speaker, there have also been notable politicians, and I think it's worth mentioning a few from the federal level. In the 1950s, Mayor Hubert Badani of Fort William was elected the first Italian federal member of Parliament for the Liberal Party, and in 1981, Charles Caccia, initially elected as a Toronto MP for Davenport, in 1968, was appointed the first federal cabinet minister by none other than Prime Minister Trudeau. They laid the foundation for many that came after, including my friend, the Mayor of Vaughan, Maurizio Bevilacqua, former Member of Parliament from 1988 to 2010, and my Italian-Canadian colleagues currently serving in this House. I want to share a bit of Italian-Canadian history, as I'm not sure there are many familiar with how far back Italian contributions to this country go. Italian Canadians are among the earliest Europeans to have come and settled in the country. Over 500 years ago, Giovanni Caboto, John Cabot, an Italian navigator from Venice, explored and claimed the coast of Newfoundland for England. And in 1524, another Italian, Giovanni Verrazzano, explored part of Atlantic Canada for France. In the 1600s, Italians served in the military of New France, and several hundred Italian soldiers served in the British Army during the War of 1812, after which they settled in the eastern townships of Quebec and southern Ontario. Italian craftsmen, artists, musicians, and teachers came to this country throughout the 19th century, and by 1881, almost 2,000 people of Italian origin lived in Canada, mostly in Toronto and Montreal. In the late 19th century, millions of Italians emigrated, and many came to Canada. They worked on our railways, in mines, in our industries. And by the 1901, there were almost 11,000 people of Italian origin living in Canada. Not all were successful, and some were misled and ended up unemployed and destitute in major cities, or working in labor and lumber camps in northern Ontario. Many were often exploited in the early days. However, as more Italians settled and became successful, they sponsored more relatives and fellow villagers and created businesses and supported each other as they helped to grow our country. Throughout the 1900s, those who settled in the cities worked as construction and factory workers, building tradesmen, food and fruit merchants, or artisans, barbers, cobblers. Out of modest beginnings, some became highly successful. For example, Ornato Catelli of Montreal in the food processing industry. In the Niagara Peninsula and the Okanagan Valley, Italians prospered with orchards, vineyards, vegetable farms, Many Italian farmers grew crops on the outskirts of cities for local consumption. Even now, they're still working the land and selling their products at roadside stands in my riding. Many families in my community tend backyard plots that they use to feed their families and friends fresh food all summer and fall. Mr. Speaker, by 1930, over 29,000 Italians had entered Canada. This movement of Italians to Canada virtually stopped with the Great Depression. It was a difficult time that got worse after 1935, when Italian Canadians were designated enemy aliens and were the victims of widespread prejudice and discrimination because Italy allied with Germany during the Second World War. Men lost their jobs, shops were vandalized, civil liberties were suspended, and hundreds were interned at Camp Petawawa in northern Ontario. As a result, many Italians anglicized their names and denied their Italian background. It was a difficult time in Canada for Italians. After the Second World War, Canada, with its booming economy, began to be receptive to Italian immigrants again. In 1958, Italy surpassed Britain as a source of Canadian immigrants, as a source for Canadian immigrants. In cities where Italians have settled, they tended to create ethnic neighborhoods, little Italies, with their distinctive shops, restaurants, churches, and clubs. These areas have been a magnet for all Canadians looking to get a taste of Italy. Through the years, these areas have reduced in size as more Italian Canadians moved out to the suburbs. However, they still like to live in areas that supported their Italian culture. So they brought them with them. They brought their shops, their restaurants, showcasing the very best of their culture. In 2006, 60% of Italian Canadians lived in Ontario, 21% in Quebec, 10% in British Columbia, and about 95% lived in towns and cities. The highest number of Italian Canadians live in Toronto, and approximately half that number now live in Montreal. We have significant numbers of Italian Canadians living in cities across the country, with a total of almost now 1.5 million listing Italian as their ethnic origin or part of their ethnic origin. For Italians, family and religion are interrelated pillars of their cultural identity. Despite cross-cultural unions, the family and a close connection to the Italian culture are a source of strength and pride. Reflecting the importance of the family unit and the home as its center, Italian Canadians have the highest rate of home ownership in Canada. Another source of pride is their commitment to Italian Canadian community groups and the wide spectrum of activities that are undertaken to express their ethno-cultural identity. I have also personally found them to be exceptionally generous when it comes to supporting those in need and to improving programs and facilities needed to build stronger communities for all. For example, hospitals, seniors facilities, and many social support programs. The Italian Canadian press and media have also been strong promoters of social cohesion and have brought their Italian constituency and the wider society together. The first Italian newspaper was published in Montreal in the late 19th century, and by 1950, dozens of Italian newspapers and magazines proliferated across Canada. Today we have the Corriere Canadese and several other community papers that promote Italian culture and news. We also have Omni TV, a multilingual TV station in Ontario that transmits in Italian and other languages daily. And we have Teletino Network, that's a national cable system for Italian and Spanish programming. Currently, Italian and Chinese are the most widespread non-official languages in Canadian television and radio broadcasting. I'm incredibly proud of the contributions of Italian Canadians in helping to build this great country, and I'm honored to have an opportunity to bring forward a motion to designate that month of June as National Italian Heritage Month. I'm delighted to have the full support of the Liberal Italian Caucus members and to have many of them here with me today. We're scattered around as we start the debate in this House. I'll be listening carefully to any concerns raised during the debate and hope that we can work together to get unanimous support from this House for this important motion. Merci, thank you, grazie.
Questions and comments? Questa commenta, the Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Grazie, Signor Presidente, and much thanks to my colleague across the way for bringing this forward. We have a vibrant and hardworking, strong Italian community within the riding of Sarnia-Lambton, and so I'm very supportive of celebrating their history, both within Canada and their many great aspects of their culture, including the food. So my question for the member is, what are the special ways she would like to see us recognize them when Italian Heritage Day becomes a reality?
Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Thank you very much. That's an excellent question because we have been turning our mind to what would be appropriate. And I think I'll have to hold off a little bit on exactly what that will be because we are working closely with some of those organizations that I mentioned earlier in my speech to figuring out what would they like to do to represent, this special month. And so I won't jump the gun and presuppose what might be appropriate, but I'm looking forward to the many suggestions that I believe will be coming forward. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Regina Leuven.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member across the way asked for unanimous support. The NDP is certainly proud to support Italian Heritage Month, and it sounds like the Conservatives are as well. I'm very proud of the fact that the last annual meeting of the Regina Leuven NDP was held at the Italian Club, a very popular and historic institution in Regina. Saskatchewan's provincial motto is "From many peoples, strength." So I would like to ask the member across the way if she could elaborate on how Italian immigration has strengthened our country.
Member for King Vaughan.
Well, thank you very much to the member for the question. I think if in my speech I went through quite deeply the many things that the Italian Canadians have been doing to strengthen the country. We can go to the simple things of the building side of things, but we need to realize that the cultural things have been really important too. Pizza is a national food item. In Canada, I think, I don't know anybody that hasn't had a slice of pizza, and, we can thank the Italians for that. So there's a lot of cultural things in our food, in our style, in the way we have our homes, and some of the new modern ways that we live in our homes that have come directly from Italian Canadians bringing their rich heritage to this country. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you. Signor Presidente, sono orgoglioso di prendere la parola oggi in qualità di italo-canadese, nella mia veste di Presidente del Gruppo Interparlamentare Canada-Italia, nonché di membro del Parlamento che rappresenta i collegi con la più alta concentrazione di canadesi di origini italiane. Sono bene consapevole del ruolo prezioso che la nostra comunità ha svolto nella costruzione del Canada, dell'impatto che continuiamo ad avere sulla società canadese attraverso il nostro ingegno, il nostro duro lavoro e l'influenza della nostra cultura. Vorrei ringraziare la mia collega per il suo intervento e chiedere alla deputata di King Vaughan di parlarci del sostegno che ha ricevuto insieme a membri liberali di origine italiana e perché è così importante che il contributo degli italo-canadesi venga ufficialmente riconosciuto. Thank you.
Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and to my colleague for that excellent question in Italian. And I hope one day I'll be able to do a reply in Italian. But at the moment, I think for the benefit of the rest of the people in the House, the general thrust of the question was to ask me in terms of the support that I got from my colleagues and how did I work with my colleagues to get to this point. And I just wanted to first thank him for his leadership on the Italian-Canadian Friendship Group and also for the Italian Liberal Caucus. He's very, very active and stays quite closely connected with the Italian community with all of those working hard to promote Italian ideals and culture in the country. So I'm just honored to have had the privilege of working with the Liberal Italian Caucus as I moved forward on this. I came before I even actually put it on the floor, put it in journals, to make sure that I would have their support, and they've worked very closely with me to make sure that I've done it the right way. So again, thank you for his leadership, and I appreciate their support and your support. Take care.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And often in this place, we tend to debate most often on subjects we tend to disagree. However, one subject where I believe that we do have agreement is recognizing the unique contribution of Italian Canadians. When I mentioned to a constituent recently that I would be speaking in support of this I received an enthusiastic response that included references to pizza, pasta, art, sculpture, and the things associated with being uniquely Italian. But the real purpose of my stating my support today is ultimately to recognize the people, those Italian Canadians who have truly enriched this great country. And let me explain what I mean by that, Mr. Speaker. There was a time where a point of view on immigration was that new Canadians should abandon the culture that they originated from to adopt the Canadian way. But what did that mean exactly? In the case of many Italian Canadians, and to be clear, Mr. Speaker, I'm not of Italian ancestry, Italian culture was not only embraced, it was shared. Indeed, the many communities across our great country, including Ottawa, there is a Little Italy. And I'm certain I'm not alone in expressing my fondness for visiting areas such as these. It is because of regions such as these that our communities have been enhanced. More so, our knowledge has been expanded. Today, we often call this multiculturalism. However, to many Italian Canadians I have met, it is simply the friendly way to treat friends and neighbors through sharing and enjoying all that life has to offer. In Kelowna, as an example, the Kelowna Canadian Italian Club is celebrating 50 years in the community, and that is a very exciting milestone. And the club wants to share this achievement with the entire community. Now, some of you might ask, what does an Italian Canadian club do? Well, yes, they promote Italian language and culture through food, music, and wine. And really, where could you go wrong with that, Mr. Speaker? But most importantly, they also give back to the community and participate in many community fundraisers. As example, recently the Kelowna Italian Club raised over $13,000 to help earthquake victims. A very impressive feat, considering the club just has around 130 member families. Now, I'm not certain how many Italian Canadian clubs we have in Canada, nor do I know how many communities have their own Little Italy as an integral part of their community. But what I do know is that all of us, Italian Canadian or not, all have an understanding of the Italian culture, language, and a unique way of enjoying life, often through celebration. But not just celebration, Mr. Speaker, hard work and innovation. As a former city councillor, when we upgraded a wastewater treatment plant, Mr. Speaker, many of the systems that actually went into it, the advanced technology, was designed in Italy. And much of the work, when it was brought over, was recognized as world-leading. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, from speaking to many of the people that work for the municipality, they appreciated those innovations. And I think Italians across the world, particularly those Italian Canadians that share that heritage, are very proud of the quality. Now, this extends more than just to a small area of public infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. I know from Brutus Body's trucks in Penticton, Normar Industries is the holding company, but they use Italian cranes, and which is one of the reasons why their products are in such demand, because when you deal with highly reputable companies that are innovative and that have such ties to Canada, it's much easier to sell that product. Now, Mr. Speaker, in addition to the innovation, I just want to again loop back to the growing ties between Canada and Italy. Now, my grandfather, who recently passed away, God bless him, he actually served in North Africa and eventually in Italy. And he always told me with utmost respect that he had for the Italian people and the difficulties many of them had during World War II. And his love for the country only grew as the years went on, Mr. Speaker. But I think also the love and the ties that Italian Canadians have brought to this country have not only enriched our culture and our understanding, but also, as I said, innovation, but also growing our ties as far as trade. Now, we have another thing I think that we can agree on. Is my understanding is we will be discussing the Comprehensive Economic Trade Agreement between Canada and the European Union next week, Mr. Speaker. And as I spoke to you about many of those innovative water systems, as I've spoke about the cranes that Normar uses for their vehicles, all those things will suddenly have tariff-free access. And people will have greater access to Italians, and Italy will have greater access to Canadians with services and skills and shared understanding that will make both of our countries better, Mr. Speaker. Now, while I'm still on my feet and having the opportunity, I'd just like to thank the sponsoring member for the contribution of this time, and again, the contribution of Italian Canadians, and for my ability to stand up, Mr. Speaker, and just share a little bit of the enrichment that I've had and that many people in central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola have had in their opportunities with the Italian-Canadian community. And Mr. Speaker, again, thank you to the member, and thank you to all the members who have taken the good time today to listen to the debate and to feel that this is a positive forum for those contributions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I am proud to stand up in the House to speak in favour of Motion 64 for the creation of Italian Heritage Month. Acknowledging the many contributions of Italian Canadians is key to recognizing the beautiful mosaic that is our country. Setting aside time to reflect on why our diversity has made our country great is an important reminder that unless you are Indigenous, then your family line is an immigrant one. It is an important reminder in this time that Canada needs newcomers to continue to build our country as our population grows and ages. Multiculturalism is a fundamental Canadian value, and the NDP has a proud history of supporting multiculturalism and honoring our country's diversity. Across Canada, there are many stories of the knowledge and expertise that Italian immigrants have contributed to Canadian society, a history comprised of Italian immigrants who established themselves in many communities across Canada. In my riding of North Island Powell River, an Italian immigrant by the name of Joseph Rodello built a hotel and store near Comox's Wharf in the 1870s. Later on, he had a street named after him that now runs by St. Joseph's Hospital. In fact, Mr. Speaker, many Italian immigrants came to the Comox Valley in the 20th century to work principally in the coal mines. Often fleeing poverty from different parts of the world, they came to our region looking for a better opportunity for their families. Their mark on the communities is still visible today. In Campbell River, for the past over 20 years, the Campbell River Italian Cultural Society has hosted an annual event at Miracle Beach Provincial Park, where hundreds gather to enjoy the outdoors, celebrate their culture, and savor home cooking. The sale of homemade sausages and spaghetti has raised more than $21,000 to support quality care for residents in Campbell River and the North Island. In Powell River, Mr. Speaker, when the mill was just opening, many Italians came to settle in the community for work. Many settled particularly in the Wildwood area, where the Italian Cultural Center is located still today. During the most vibrant years for the Italian community in Powell River, a great deal of food was produced in gardens and small farms, fruits and vegetables and some livestock. Food security is far less of an issue, with considerable local production and excellent growing conditions, a long season, and excellent soil in that part of the community. When we think of long-term impacts, Mr. Speaker, many of those same orchards remain in Powell River, though they are not often attended to and no longer fully harvested. But the hard work is still benefiting people today, as we are seeing an increase of people who are taking the fruit and providing it to various organizations that feed Powell River's growing number of homeless and hungry. In my past work as the executive director of the Immigrant Welcome Center in North Island, I remember hearing the story of one Italian immigrant whose family had settled in the west coast of Canada. Wanting to have their relative join them, this man took a boat to Halifax. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is many people, when they were new to the country, didn't quite understand the size of the country. It was an interesting story that he shared with me about how fortunate he was that he brought his accordion with him, because once he arrived, of course, in Halifax, he realized he had to travel to the other side of a very vast country. And so he used the accordion to make money to cross the country and be reunited with his family. It's stories like this, Mr. Speaker, that have grown the wonderful diversity of our country, and we see the richness that Italians have brought and how strong they have created that culture in Canada of community, family, and feeding one another. Mr. Speaker, across Canada, there are 1.4 million Canadians of Italian descent. And while this community is alive and thriving today, we must acknowledge that its history in Canada has not always been positive. Canada's allegiance in the Second World War led to many Italian Canadians being singled out as enemy aliens. What we now know is that the Italian community has thrived in Canada, even though that dark time happened, while promoting and developing our multiculturalism fabric. The numerous organizations that we contacted to discuss this motion were excited and pleased to lend their support. Of course, my province of BC declared the month of June as Italian Heritage Month several years ago. I'm very proud to support this motion, one that allows us the time to appreciate the people who came here to join this country. Their contributions have been significant, be it in the construction of urban infrastructures, the knowledge of arts and trades, or the manufacturing and textile industries, and many, many more. These men and women worked hard to build the country that we see today. This motion will allow all Canadians to acknowledge and celebrate the rich cultural traditions we have gained from the Italian community, and I look forward to lending my support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to seek consensus to split time with my honourable colleague from Vaughan Woodbridge.
Does the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage have the unanimous consent of the House to split his time with the aforementioned member? Yes? Agreed? Agreed? Okay. Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliament said that'll be, just for clarification, it'll be 5 minutes each. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my honourable colleagues across the way. It is an honour today to be able to speak to the House in support of motion M64, introduced by my colleague, the member from King Vaughan.
Canada is a proud multicultural society that embraces the diversity of its communities of yesteryear and today that continue to support the origins, identities, and beliefs of each community.
Contributions to Canada's history and heritage and continue to enrich our growing, diverse, and pluralistic society, including in my home riding of Edmonton Centre. The enduring vitality and richness of the Italian language, culture, and people in Canada are a powerful testament to what can be achieved through multiculturalism, a diverse, inclusive, and strong society built upon the foundation of mutual respect. Italian Heritage Month will provide an opportunity to celebrate this achievement.
Mr. Speaker, the throne speech that opened the current parliamentary session underscored the diversity which strengthens Canada. The current Prime Minister described Canada's diversity as one of our greatest strengths and a source of pride for all. Parliament's support for Italian Heritage Month would be in keeping with this reassertion of our commitment to multiculturalism.
The government is pleased to support this motion. I am confident that the members of this House will vote in favour of this motion, and the Italian community will receive the recognition they have sought and that they deserve. Festeggiamo tutti il mese del patrimonio culturale italiano.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Buon pomeriggio a tutti. Signor Presidente, è con grande orgoglio che io, figlio di immigranti italiani, mi levo in piedi di fronte a voi per parlarvi di questa mozione che propone di proclamare il mese di giugno quale mese del patrimonio culturale italiano. Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. It is with great pride that I rise today as a son of Italian immigrants to speak on this motion. which would declare June as Italian Heritage Month. La mozione riconosce il contributo che gli italo-canadesi hanno dato alla società canadese, la ricchezza della cultura e della storia italiana in Canada e l'importanza di ricordare e promuovere il patrimonio culturale italiano per le future generazioni. The motion recognizes the contributions that Italian Canadians have made to Canadian society, the richness of the Italian culture and history in Canada, and the importance of educating and reflecting upon Italian heritage for future generations. Per molti immigranti italiani la storia italo-canadese è una storia di sacrifici, di duro lavoro, di relazione e il successo infine di integrazione in questo bellissimo paese. C'è un proverbio tra gli italo-canadesi che dice che l'Italia è il paese dove sono nato, ma il Canada è la mia casa. For many Italian immigrants, the Italian-Canadian story is one of sacrifice and hard work, achievement and success, and ultimately of integration into this beautiful country. For Italian Canadians, there is a saying that Italy is my native country, but Canada is my home. This year will mark 57 years that my family is in Canada. My grandparents, along with their 7 children, left southern Italy and the province of Calabria with nothing but what they could carry. They sailed from Naples on board the vessel the Vulcania, arriving at Pier 21 in Halifax. Much like many Italian immigrants, they left to find a better future and settled on the west coast of Canada, where they worked in construction industry, pulp mills, fish canneries. I think humbly of my parents, my aunts and uncles who came to Canada with little knowledge of English, with little or no formal education, but what they did have was a sense of pride, a work ethic, an unwavering commitment to provide a better future for their children. I think of my father, who like many Italian immigrants became a tradesman, a carpenter, a roofer, a sheet metal worker. He taught me the values of integrity, a strong drive to succeed, and a commitment to family. My mother worked tirelessly in a fish cannery. In the morning, everything would be ready for myself and my 2 brothers. And after a long day at work, she would come home, cook, and make certain the house was spotless. My parents not only taught me the value of hard work, but the value of a dollar saved. This is the kind of people they were. I think of the contributions of the Trailblazers who opened the door for many of us. Frank I. Corbucci, the retired Supreme Court Justice. Charles Caccia, the great environmentalist, social activist, and former MP for Davenport from 1968 to 2004. Pietro Rizzuto and Peter Boza, both senators appointed by Pierre Trudeau. Johnny Lombardi and Gaetano Galliano, whose legacies in the media business continue today. I think of the success of the Canadian-Italian business community that stretches across this country. Names such as the Braddis, the Bozas, the De Gasperis, the Cerberas, the Cordaluccis, the Dezens, the Aquilinis, the Muzos, the Baldasseros, the Saputos, and many more. I think of the richness and vitalities in the communities Italian Canadians settled in, Commercial Drive in Vancouver, College Street in St. Clair in Toronto, and St. Leonard in Montreal. Mr. Speaker, I am privileged to represent the riding of Vaughan Woodbridge, which has the largest concentration of Italian Canadians in Canada. My greatest enjoyment as MP is visiting the seniors groups, where many recount their stories of arrival in Canada, the hardship they faced, including discrimination and bigotry, and how much they sacrificed for their children. They are all proud of being Canadian and thank the opportunity for a better future this country gave them. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I'd like to read a quote from the commemorative plaque on the Italian Fallen Workers Memorial of Ontario. During the great diaspora of Italian immigration between 1870 and 1970, thousands of Italians left their homeland in search of a better life for their families. Many of them found their way to Ontario, where they toiled beyond belief in all of the harshest industries of the last century, digging the sewer systems of many Ontario cities, creating the structures for the new hydroelectricity plants, building the massive bridges and tunnels of our transportation infrastructure, mining for ore in Ontario's north, and erecting residential and commercial buildings in the blossoming construction industry, which ultimately built up this beautiful province. Per questo sono onorato di essere qui oggi, di far parte di questo incredibile gruppo di persone che chiama il Canada la propria casa. Siamo davvero orgogliosi di essere canadesi perché questo paese così bello, variegato e tollerante ha dato tanto a tutti quanto noi. Grazie a tutti i partiti della Camera e dei Comuni per aver appoggiato questa importantissima mozione che ci rende oggi tutti, Italo-Canadese. So I feel honored being here today, Mr. Speaker, being part of this incredible group of people who call Canada home. We are so proud of being Canadian as this beautiful, diverse, and tolerant country has given so much to us. Thank you to all the parties in the House for supporting this very important motion that makes us all proud Italian Canadians today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Oshawa.
Buongiorno, Senor Presidente. Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to rise in the House to discuss Motion 64, Italian Heritage Month. Italian Canadians have contributed immensely to Canadian society, and that's something that our party has always acknowledged. By recognizing the month of June as Italian Heritage Month, we are acknowledging the importance of educating and reflecting upon Italian heritage for future generations. Because, Mr. Speaker, Italian history is also Canadian history. Many people don't realize the second European to discover North America is generally agreed to be of an Italian explorer by the name Giovanni Caboto, or as many kids learn, John Cabot. We now believe his first landing was in Nova Scotia, so we could argue that the first European to set foot in Canada was an Italian. Many people don't know that Canada boasts the 6th largest Italian population outside Italy, 1.3 million Canadians, Mr. Speaker. You can't talk about Canadian culture and heritage without talking about the richness and warmth of Italian culture and heritage. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to talk about the Italian community in my riding of Oshawa. Earlier this month, I had the pleasure of celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Oshawa Italian Recreation Club. And I'd like to take a moment to share a little bit about who they are and what they do, because they're such an important part of my community. Today, the president, Tony Rizzuto, oversees a vibrant organization. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, I start off many of my mornings with a friendly cappuccino, usually made by Michelle, who since last week has been on maternity leave, but Johnny's taken over now. Or I'll drop by for lunch, and they even named a sandwich after me, Mr. Speaker. They call it the Colin. So they're always welcoming at social events. We have a vibrant bocce club. Nick and Francis take charge of that with all their different members. And they actually took a park in Oshawa called Radio Park. It's by the Oshawa Centre, and they beautified it, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if you've ever played bocce, but if you ever have the opportunity to come by, because our bocce club is so vibrant and so friendly. At our annual barbecues, for example, Nick and Francis and all their members, they come out and they share their hospitality, but they also share their homemade supersada, which is always a great hit. I got to tell you, I really enjoy it. But it wasn't always like this. We had to start somewhere, and they had to start somewhere. In 1954, a group of newly arrived young Italians created the Oshawa Inter-Football League. It was an amateur soccer team to remind them of Italy. The team was extremely successful, and the enthusiasm from their accomplishments was the beginning of the Oshawa Italian Recreation Club, which promoted not only sport activities but social and cultural events as well. The club is a part of my community today, and it's one of the reasons why I feel that Italian Canadians deserve this recognition we're talking about today. Their warmth and hospitality makes everyone feel welcome. The Oshawa Italian Recreation Club is the product of 2 Italian clubs, the Oshawa Italia Club and the Italian Social and Recreation Club of Oshawa, who were coming together in times of need and ultimately deciding to amalgamate. And let me elaborate a little bit, Mr. Speaker. In 1966, the city of Florence was devastated by a flood that destroyed numerous historical buildings and works of art. So in order to help, the 2 clubs came together and started a fundraising campaign which raised tens of thousands of dollars for Florence. And unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, a year later, a massive earthquake hit Sicily, leaving thousands homeless and hundreds dead. The 2 clubs again came together and set up a joint fundraiser committee where Colonel Sam McLaughlin, who was the founder of General Motors Canada, was the honorary chairman. So the success of these 2 fundraising campaigns and the fact that these 2 clubs clearly worked together well was a great reason for them to join together into one. And they were named the Oshawa Italian Recreation Club, or what they say, OIRC. Mr. Speaker, this club began as a way for Italian immigrants to feel more at home by doing things such as, opening a social agency to help Italian immigrants better integrate into Canadian society, helping with Italian passports, pensions, etc. Its sole objective, however, was not to only help Italian immigrants, but the club has organized many successful things, fundraisers throughout our community for the Oshawa General Hospital, and they established an after-school program for elementary school-age kids. They sponsor local minor hockey and soccer teams, and they continue to fundraise and donate to local, national, and international charities. What I'm trying to get to, Mr. Speaker, is that Italian Canadians have made a tremendous contribution to Canadian society, my local community, and internationally. OIRC was established as a meeting place for Italian immigrants, a place where they could feel at home, Mr. Speaker, but I got to tell you today, They're there to make everyone who walks through their doors feel at home. The Italian community is so well integrated and well established in Oshawa, and the club continues to promote Italian culture and recreational activities. Now, one of the things we do in Oshawa every year, it's a great festival in June. Oshawa celebrates something called Fiesta Week. And I got to tell you, Mr. Speaker, it's one of the oldest multicultural festivals in Canada. And every single year, our Italian community opens up its doors to share its culture through dance, dining, and very good cheer. Everyone is welcome. And if you come to my community and it's not during Fiesta Week, well, don't worry about it. Within a walking distance from my office, you can drop into one of our many fine Italian restaurants, 2 of them run by the Fazio family called Fazio's and Tuto's. You'll see Tino, Nick, Rosaline, and Martin. They always welcome you with their great hospitality. And they work hard, Mr. Speaker, and they contribute to our community. Around the corner, Avantes is run by the Albus family. Tony, Ida, Dominic will always make you feel at home, and they'll serve you a great meal as well. And I got to tell you, their wood-burning oven makes awesome pizza within a couple minutes, and I'd recommend it to anybody because we have a great Italian community in Oshawa. Oh, tell me about it. Fantastic pizza. We need more around here. But this is why we're going to be, one of the reasons why we're supporting the motion, which suggests that the government recognize the contributions that Italians have made to Canada by sharing their culture and language through education programs and community clubs such as the Oshawa Italian Recreation Club. And Mr. Speaker, if I do have a few more moments left, how much time do I have left? Just 3 minutes, eh? But if I can take a moment to take a little brief aside, Mr. Speaker. On my 10th wedding anniversary, I had to think of something really special because any woman who could spend 10 years with me deserves something very special. So here, agreement from across the way. So I thought of one of the greatest surprises I could do. She loves cooking. And I thought, where could I take my wife to, allow her to enjoy a week away from the kids, that we could enjoy it together. And there is a famous Canadian cooking school in Tuscany. There's a gentleman named Umberto Menghi, and he has a great restaurant throughout Vancouver area, but he also has a culinary retreat in Tuscany. So I got to tell you, I kept everything secret. I packed her bags, and I picked her up one time, and I took her for our 10th wedding anniversary. And I got to tell you, I think it was one of the best holidays we ever had. We would wake up every morning, Mr. Speaker. We'd have a lovely breakfast, then we would go to the cooking class. And I got to tell you, these guys did the impossible, Mr. Speaker. They did something that they thought couldn't be done. They actually taught me to cook. I learned a little bit how a little bit of sal and pepe makes a little bit of difference, and everything that we cooked up was bene, molto bene.
So there's still help for you, eh?
There's still help for anyone in the house. If you ever have the opportunity, a great Canadian restaurateur, if you get that opportunity to go out. And what it also did, though, it gave me the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to actually tour around Italy and see some of the works of art, see some of the culture, and as you can tell, enjoy a lot of the food. So, in closing, I just wanted to take this opportunity to say, of course, we're going to be supportive of this wonderful motion. A great opportunity to celebrate everything Italian Canadian. I also wanted to mention, it was an Italian that really got me interested in politics, Mr. Speaker. I think you know Senator Condonino, one of the leaders in the Italian community, one of the greatest guys out there. He's just a great example of how Italians, I believe Con came from Calabria as well, or he's friends down in that area, and committing his life to making Canada a better place. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, of course, we're going to be supporting, and I want to thank you, and grazie.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you very much, Speaker. It's such an honour to be able to speak, to rise today in the House to speak about this great motion that my colleague from King Vaughan has put forward. I couldn't be more proud of the fact that she's done this. It is so well deserved and long overdue that we make the month of June the National Italian Heritage Month. Italians have a rich heritage in Canada, going right back to the original European arrivals with Giovanni Caboto that arrived in Newfoundland in 1497 and claimed it for England at that time. And then Giovanni Verrazzano had also come to Canada and explored the Atlantic Canada for the French. So we've had a rich history of exploration within Canada, of helping to open up the frontiers to settle this great country that we have today. They served in senior positions for New France and for the Jesuits all through the colony at that time. That have made our country great. We even had an Italian contingent that fought for the British in the War of 1812. So some great history that I gleaned from the Canadian Encyclopedia that I remember reading as a kid, and just being so proud of the heritage that comes from my father. Italians, there were two waves of Italians that came to Canada. The first wave from 1900 to the First World War, where about 120,000 Italians came to our country. They held a very broad range of different positions, from craftsmen to artists to musicians to teachers, etc. The second wave came between 1950 and 1970. That was about 500,000 Italians that came to this great country at that time. So we had this has led now to the census in 2006 declaring that there's now 1.4 million Canadians of Italian descent that are now part of this the great mosaic of Canada. 75% of those Italians came from southern Italy, which is where my father is originally from Calabria, from a tiny little, and this won't surprise anyone, very small rural village on the side of a cliff in Calabria. Actually, Mr. Speaker, I've just been very aware, if I could please get consent to share my time with Steverton, Steverton, Richmond East.
Does the honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Editing have the unanimous consent of the House to divide his time equally? Yes? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Grazie, Mr. Speaker. So I'd like to tell the story about my father coming to Canada in 1953, and he still shares this story today with anyone who'll listen. So here we are in 1953. It's after the Second World War. It's a very desperate situation where food and fuel and clothing are very scarce. Many people are looking at, how the future looked very bleak for so many Italians at that time. CP Rail came to the small town of Savuto di Cleto. 1 minute left? Really? Wow, okay. And so my family comes over in 1953, and my father arrives. In Italy, he's wearing a T-shirt and shorts. Southern Italy, there's no snow, there's no cold weather. And they arrive in Montreal in January. They get on a train, and he says, all I saw was snow, ice, and bush until we arrived in this tiny little town in northern Ontario called Hornpain. He said, when we heard about Canada and southern Italy, he said, yeah, sure, they said it was cold, but not that cold, right? How cold can it really be? And so so he says, here we thought we were going to heaven in Canada. And he said, it turned out when I arrived in Hornpain, I thought I'd gone to frozen purgatory. And but they were tough, resilient. They pushed forward. They survived, and they're very prosperous today. And I am so proud to be the prodigy to be able to stand in this House today to represent my Italian heritage. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Steveston, Richmond East.
Monsieur le Président, je suis vraiment fier d'être.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to be here this afternoon to support my colleague's motion, the member for King Vaughan, My name is Giuseppe Eduardo Solido, and I am the son of my parents, my grandmother, my grandfather. My grandfather's name was Giovanni, and
della mia collega. Essere qui e parlare un po' di italiano e aussi un po' di français. This motion deals, Mr. Speaker, with culture, with music, the wonderful contributions of Italians throughout civilization and Italians here in Canada. But as my colleague from Okanagan Centre mentioned, this is more than about language, more about culture, more than about a philosophy or architecture. It's about people. It's about the many people of Italian background that came here to Canada to build a new life for themselves, but more importantly, for their children and their grandchildren. My colleague from Vaughan Woodbridge eloquently discussed the pioneers, the famous folk who trailblazed for the Italian community. And as a young boy, I'd head over with a good friend of mine, and he's like my fratello, Pino Correale. We'd go to the Columbus Center that Senator Condonino and Sam Ciccolini worked so hard to build. And my colleague from King Vaughan talked about Corriere Canadese and former members of Parliament, and Joe Volpe, who stepped back in to become the publisher and owner of Corriere Canadese, so that you'd have a thriving Italian voice in Toronto. And the motto of Corriere Canadese is to be proud of one's Italian heritage, but to be fiercely Canadian. And also, I believe, Mr. Speaker, that's what we're celebrating today. We're celebrating the integration of millions of Canadians of Italian background who came with nothing. My colleague from Hastings, Lennox Addington, his family came on the second wave of immigration, as did mine. My mom and dad and my grandparents came from nothing, from a little town called Ceprano, which is in between Naples and Rome. And that's significant because it was the supply lines during the Second World War. So my father, my mother, and my grandparents' education and livelihood for 8, 9 years and a bit before was making sure they didn't get killed during war. So themselves and a whole lot of other folks came over with nothing. And my parents and grandparents stopped off in Halifax, and just like my colleague from Hastings, Lennox Addington, they also thought that they had come to the wrong place, perhaps a purgatory and not a heaven. And yet they then moved on to Toronto, where my mom started to go to school, but she was 14 and they put her, my mother, Margarita, Nina. She was 14 years old and she hung out with 6- and 8-year-olds. Well, guess what? She didn't stay in school long, but she went out and she worked. And that is what a lot of immigrants did. They went out and worked. And my father, who is my hero, Loreto, or as I say, Papa, when I would go to him and I'd bring back a report card, I was proud, I had 88. And his response, Mr. Speaker, what happened to the other 12? And that is the strength of the community, the importance of education, the importance of family, of faith, of social justice. And I am proud, Mr. Speaker, today, this afternoon, to stand in the House to support this motion of my colleague from King Vaughan and encourage all members to support the motion as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Laurentides-Laval.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How long do I have?
Remains just about 1.5 minutes in the time provided for private members' business. But, of course, the honourable member will have the remaining time when the House next resumes debate on the question.
Well, I'm certainly looking forward to that moment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As members of this House know, sorry? As members of this House know, I'm of a Jewish heritage, and I think that Jews and Italians have a good deal in common. And so it gives me great pleasure to stand here and talk about food culture. Now, if anybody who has been around either culture will know that everything we do has to do with food. It's part of why I'm in politics as well. I used to say, it's a joke that I'm in politics for the food. It was a lot of fun. Every campaign has got a lot of interesting meals. Mr. Speaker, it gives me a great pleasure to support this bill, and I don't see a lot of opposition to this bill, and I think it's really wonderful that the member for King Vaughan has brought forward this piece of heritage, the Italian Heritage Month. So I'm really looking forward to passing this bill when it comes back up for debate in a few weeks, and celebrating the various heritages we have. We have a number of these bills that have come forward before, discussing specific heritage months, and it's really important to us to do that. So, anyhow, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for giving me the chance to talk about this. I know our time is at an end, so thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Laurentide Labelle will have 8.5 minutes remaining in his time, I should say, when the House next resumes debate on the question. Et en conséquence,
the time for private members' business has expired, and the order is put on the bottom of the order paper.
Being 2:35, this House stands adjourned until Monday at 11 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.